Welcome to the Finance Committee meeting of November 7th, 2024. As chair of this committee, I recognize that we have a quorum and I call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to accept the minutes of October 10th, 2024. I hope everybody in the committee got a chance to review those minutes. Does anybody have any comments or questions related to the minutes that were recorded? If not, may I get a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. We shall now move to the town manager's report. Mr. Mizikar.
Nothing additional this evening, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. The next item is basically the public hearing. So prior to going into the public hearing, I would like to share the protocol that we will be following for this public hearing. Kindly everybody, please follow the following recommendations for the protocol. All communication, whether questions or answers from the public or from the committee members, should be via the chair. So please refrain from any crosstalk. Please keep your comments and questions objective, to the point, civil, and respectful to the time of the committee. After the presentation of each article, we shall follow, which will be presented by the article lead. They will have about 5 minutes to present their article to the committee. We will then open it up to the Finance Committee with any questions and answers. Once again, all communication via the chair. Then I will open it up to the public. We'll have a opportunity for people from the public to raise their hands, one person at a time. I will invite up to the dais, to the mic, and they should introduce themselves with their name, their address, and preferably their precinct number as well. Keep all comments within 1 to 2 minutes in the interest of the time. I will give priority to Shrewsbury residents at this time. If there's time permits, then if there's any non-Shrewsbury resident, then the chair will consider their request to speak. Please do not be repetitive in your comments, and once again, I would emphasize to maintain objectivity and civility in the communication, which once again should go via the chair. And with that, I would like to open the public hearing. May I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes unanimously, and we shall now go to the public hearing. We shall follow the order that was suggested to us via the town manager in interest of efficiency and the presenters who have come to present their respective articles. So the first article that we shall address is article number 7. So I would like to request the town manager's office staff and Bartholomew and company to please come forward.
All right. Good evening, Chair and Committee. Article 7 is an article to authorize the prudent investment rule for trust fund investments. And here we have with us tonight Chuck Patterson and Kathleen Glowacki with our financial advisors with Bartholomew and Company. We'll go over some aspects of this rule and hopefully be able to address the majority of the questions that the committee has at this time. All right. Chuck, would you like to jump in, or do you want me to go off the slides here?
Why don't you go off the slides?
Perfect. I didn't want to steal your thunder. So, all right. So, the FY24 state budget, Chapter 28 of the Acts of 2023, included a change in how trust funds may be invested by municipalities. Section 26 of the MGL it basically allows the option to allow investments in accordance with the prudent investment rule, MGL 203C, which essentially allows for broader range of investments. And what does this really mean is that it allows for greater diversification of all the town's assets. Currently, the trust funds for the town, with the exception of the OPEB, are mainly invested through the Massachusetts legal lists as required by law, and that's often stocks that are referred to as blue chips. All right. Go to the next slide, Alex. Thank you. All right, great. So what trust funds does this impact? It is important to note that not all of the town's trust funds are eligible. The eligible trust funds right now we have listed are the Affordable Housing Trust, the Charitable Trust Funds, Library Trust, School Trust, and Cemetery Trust. The stabilization trust funds that the town has amounting to about 16.2 million, including water, sewer, general stabilization, and the override stabilization, would not be eligible to be invested under the prudent investment rule. And then if we go to the next slide, it's important to note a quick risk assessment and what this may look like. Town meeting may or may not recall, but in May 2011, Article 13 established the OPEB trust for the town under the provisions of MGL 32B, Section 20. And at that time, the OPEB trust was established, and it was also implemented with the prudent investor rule in mind. Since inception, the OPEB trust has actually recognized an annualized gain of 5.72%. And then if we compare that to our remaining trust funds, which are managed under the current MGL, they witnessed a 3.21% increase over those similar years. So in general, the intent behind this is to allow the town to invest more broadly and diversely the funds that we have on hand that we don't need on a consistent basis. Just like with OPEB, we're planning for future costs. We can take the similar approach with other trust funds and better utilize the assets of the town. I'm happy to answer any other questions, and Chuck and Kathleen, if you have anything you want to add, that'd be great.
The slides pretty much speak for themselves. As we have talked about in the past, this is a law change that the governor signed a year ago this past August, and it's just giving greater diversification to this set of funds.
Vikram, may I ask a question?
Any questions? Brian?
Thank you. This is great. I'm excited that there's more opportunity in the investment kind of realm here. Has there been any analysis done on the change in volatility as a result of the added options for investment?
Sure. So I would say typically, because as David perfectly mentioned, most of the stocks, all of the stocks on the legal list, I should say, there's about 22 of them, and they're all dividend paying, less volatile stocks just to begin with. For example, prudent, you could then invest in technology stocks. For example, you could invest in smaller types of companies. So there could be more volatility, but really only if you increased the equity position in total. Because to us, the real risk or real volatility you can have on the legal list is there's only 22 stocks. So for example, if one does really poorly, that ends up, making the whole basket volatile. So I would say it's, I'm kind of dancing around that, but you have more diversification. You can invest in a lot more, but the volatility really would depend, I would say, on how much more equity exposure it would end up taking, if any. It could stay at the same equity, just more diversification, if that makes sense.
And Mr. Chairman, one other thing regarding the current list, as Kathleen alluded, there's about 22 stocks. 1/4 of them are one industry. They're the pharmaceutical industry. So just by broadening yourself out, you're actually reducing risk because of the greater diversification.
Thank you.
Milind?
Yeah, thanks. So does this rule change allow us to kind of adjust our goal or objective, let's say 5 years, 10 years outlook? I just wanted to kind of understand.
It all comes back down to what the goal of the funds are. We always have a discussion about diversification, what the town's needs are, say in the cemetery, perpetual care. So all those conversations come into play. But that's more about a discussion of the makeup. What this law does, it just gives you diversification in security selection. I think, does that answer your question?
If I may ask a follow, so does it allow, more like stock versus bonds or any other kind of vehicles as part of diversification?
The law does not. It would come back to the town and its decision on asset allocation. So currently, I think you're at 30-70, right?
Yep.
So if we want to change, when we say 30-70, 30% equity, 70% bonds. in the discussions with the manager and the treasurer, then that's where we would decide on increasing equity holdings in that portfolio.
And if I could just add to that just quickly for a point of clarification, right now, the trust funds and the stabilization are all in one account. And so the benefit of kind of splitting them up, of course, is stabilization is your emergency funds, you know, that can be spent with two-thirds vote. And so having that separate from the trust funds that could maybe take on more risk, like I said, it's a discussion. We would never choose that without talking to the town. That would kind of be where that comes from. So just as some background, right now they're together, split them apart, and then address those goals that are different from stabilization.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Remington?
I see tonight we're going to talk about moving $500,000 into our annuities and retirement fund. Does this have any impact on that at all? I didn't see it, so I just want to be clear. It has no impact on that.
Pension funds are separately invested.
Okay, great, thank you.
Dennis?
Yep, sorry, I apologize for showing up late. I know you increased the number of options. Were they all in individual securities or are there ETFs and?
Yeah, great question. So it's ETFs, mutual funds. It
Okay.
really becomes the whole investable universe.
So if you did decide to go into technology, you could do a diversified ETF in technology.
Exactly.
One
And that's
side.
typically what we do. But yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So I just had one question related to that. Does this risk include individual stocks or just mutual funds?
So it could include individual stocks. We typically and it depends on the community, but we typically use diversified investment vehicles, so mutual funds or ETFs. But you could invest in stocks. Like I said, you can invest in different bonds. So this is another part of the legal list. Just quickly, we're also restricted on what bonds we can buy on the legal list. It's one thing that's not talked about as much. And so we can't buy, for example, a bond mutual fund on the legal list. Now you can buy really anything. So it could be stocks, investment vehicles. Yeah, it could be anything.
Any other questions from any? Jim?
Assuming this article is approved, have you thought about a strategy, or are you waiting for the approval on how fast you'd like to move, or is there any foundation laid on approach?
Yes, great question. Yeah, so we did just discuss this recently, and so because it would probably be, the simple answer is a methodical approach. We would probably, all depending, our goal would be to say, okay, by the end of the fiscal year, so by June 30th, hopefully the account would look pretty much where we want it to be. The reason for that is because it's invested right now in the legal list, and we wouldn't want to sell bonds or stocks at an inopportune time, because then you're taking a market risk on $10 million, I think it was. So we wouldn't want to do that. We would probably let bonds mature, look at the stocks and sell them kind of along the way, with the goal of the end of the fiscal year having it look the way we discuss. Yeah.
Sorry.
Just a
Can I have
follow-up,
quick
Jim.
follow-up?
Yep.
I think you touched on it earlier. It sounds like any decisions that are made or recommendations go through the town manager and the treasurer.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Does that
Thank
have
you.
any timing consequences in terms of the timing of the investment? A delay, any significant delay?
No, it shouldn't. No.
No, and that's all factoring in to how we switch the portfolio over. So if it's appropriate to sell tomorrow, then we would do that. Otherwise, we'll take a more methodical path to maximizing the current account and placing it into the next account. So timing is really going to dictate by the markets.
Sorry, can I ask one last
Sure.
thing? I'm just curious on it. Are you excited about this option and having this array?
Very.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah,
see
sorry.
it. I can see it.
I am. Very,
And I
yeah.
think all communities here in the Commonwealth are.
Yeah.
I think you've seen our presentations in the past, and so far, there's been over 36 towns that have already moved down this path. So the answer would be yes, but I think it's a good thing for all of our cities and towns.
Great, thank you.
And
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. I know that this was kind of at the Finance Committee's request, right? So I do thank you for bringing this forward in a timely fashion. The question I had, you had mentioned that they're all in one fund right now, and so it makes it hard to have different goals for the stabilization fund versus the others. So is there a plan, do you know, if you would split out the other trusts so that they could each have their own goals and things like that, or would you keep all of them together? Or we don't know yet?
Be a discussion, probably with the,
Yeah.
yeah, with the town.
Okay.
Just to see, because there could be, for example, you know, scholarships, you may want higher risk allocation because you want to, you know, spend more. It sort of just depends on the spending and the certain language in the trusts, right? So we would have to dig into that a little bit.
Got one last, maybe.
Fine.
Curious about use of alternative strategies. Part of the volatility question was kind of related to that. I didn't get into it too much in detail, but you know, there are certain things that are available, will be available. I'm guessing that there's a plan for implementation of that.
Yes, so we would, so currently, typically in the accounts that we have so far, they do use alternatives. Smaller allocation, it could be 15 to 20% of the portfolio is our recommendation. It depends on some communities want none, but we do include that for that exact reason. So it's definitely an option, yes.
any other questions from the committee? If not, I open it up to the public. Does the public have any question or comment on Article number 7? Yes, sir, please come forward.
Patrick Pitney, Precinct 5, 137 Floral Street. So, through you, Mr. Chair, you had mentioned that the portfolio mix is 70-30 right now. Do you have a target to going to, say, 60-40 or 50-50, or has that been discussed?
Mr. Chair, currently it's at 30% equity, 70% bonds. So it's just.
So do you have a goal to increase the equity right now and decrease the bonds, or?
Again, it comes back to the town and the discussion with them. Whereas we are pulling the stabilization out of it, as Kathleen had stated, that money, as we all know, can be used with a 2/3 vote at town meeting. So the answer, chances are, we will be recommending expanding the equity allocation to something above 30, probably to 50 or 60%.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penny. Any other comments or questions from the public related to Article number 7? If not, we shall move to the next article on our agenda, which is Article number 9. I request, this is related to the MBTA zoning bylaw amendment. I request Mr. Christopher McGoldrick, Director of Planning and Economic Development, to come forward, please.
Thank you, members of the committee, and thank you for taking this item out of order. I have a doubleheader tonight, so I may be running out of this a little bit early. Article 9 is our MBTA community zoning bylaw, which is establishing our transit-oriented overlay district. Next slide, please. To frame this evening's discussion, I'd like to briefly provide an overview of the legislative mandate and our local process, which has led us to this point, before delving a little bit more deeply into the broader financial considerations of this proposal. I want to cover the cost considerations of noncompliance, a review of the proposed district, and a brief overview of the economic feasibility analysis, which establishes our affordability requirements. This zoning proposal has been drafted in order to satisfy the requirements of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, which was instituted as a legislative mandate. This proposal was drafted by staff in February of this year in coordination with public engagement through community forums and the MBTA preference survey, and has been the subject of both public and professional review and discussion by town legal staff, municipal staff, EOHLC, the Attorney General's office, select board meetings, and planning board public hearings. Our proposal would establish a new overlay zoning district to comply with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 40A, Section 3A, also known as the MBTA Community Zoning Law. The zoning overlay includes provisions to allow development of 15 residential units per acre or less by right within the overlay, and includes mixed-use provisions where the underlying district is commercial or industrial in nature. Next slide, please. On January 14th, 2021, the state legislature enacted the new Section 3A of the Massachusetts General Laws, which mandated 177 communities to create zoning districts, which allow minimum of 15 dwelling units per acre by right, with specific criteria defined based on their proximity to MBTA transit service. To maintain compliance with Shrewsbury is mandated to pass such zoning by December 31st, 2024. If not adopted, the town would become ineligible for 13 discretionary state grants the town regularly pursues to increase the impact of local dollars. Over the past 12 years, the town has utilized approximately $5 million in related grants and was most recently awarded $500,000 for the Green Street Connector Road, funding which would be withdrawn by the state if the community becomes non-compliant. In addition to this, we must also consider the possibility of legal costs if the community is non-compliant with Massachusetts general laws. The town is closely following the Milton Supreme Judicial Court case, and it is important to note this case is primarily about the extent to which the Attorney General's office can enforce the legislation beyond withholding those discretionary grants, not the legality of the new Section 3A. Next slide, please. The main objectives of our proposal, based upon the findings of our public outreach, have been to maintain the commercial tax base and zoning where possible, limit overall new unit growth, co-locate with existing infrastructure and housing, to limit massing of allowable structures over the preservation of open space, and to maximize the number of SHI eligible units. Looking at the location we have chosen for this district, our proposal has been drafted primarily to overlay parcels that either already have existing higher density housing or are already approved or proposed for this type of development. Therefore, the net new units that could be built under this zoning beyond the existing conditions are limited to the extent possible while still achieving compliance with the state guidelines. Next slide, please. Building on that sentiment, I want to touch briefly on the economic feasibility analysis, which was conducted to justify the affordability requirements we have included in our proposal. The guidelines require a community to conduct this analysis in order to require affordability between 10% and 20%. Our community was placed with RKG, and we requested the analysis at thresholds of 12.5%, 15%, and 18%. In summary, the analysis justified a maximum of 15% affordability, with certain unit scenarios falling below market expectations in the 18% threshold. Therefore, our proposal requires new development under this zoning of 5 units or more to include a minimum of 15% affordable housing at or below 80% of the area median income. This is the maximum affordability allowable under the guidelines, and these units are required to be eligible for the subsidized housing inventory in perpetuity. Next slide. To conclude, I want to reiterate our department's commitment to put a viable path to compliance before town meeting prior to the expiration of the deadline to allow the community the opportunity to vote on this important topic. To do otherwise would deny residents the opportunity for choice. I look forward to discussing any further refinement of our proposal that you find prudent.
Thank you, Mr. McGoldrick. I open it up to the committee members. Any questions or comments to Mr. McGoldrick related to Article number 9? David?
I know we're not including the definition of family in the overlay, so if someone builds a 40B in that area, they're bound by those rules and they don't get the overlay rules. Is that correct?
Correct. So the exemption for the family definition is just specifically under this overlay zoning.
All right, thank you.
Malin?
And just to follow up to that, I know there are the site or the zoning district that is suggested, there are already 2 proposed 40B. So just for my understanding, can you differentiate what's the difference between 40B and 3A section?
Yep. So those 2 sections, There's 40A, Section 3A, which is the MBTA zoning, and then 40B. So 40A is the Zoning Enabling Act. It essentially establishes the guidelines for zoning and promulgates the rights and responsibilities of the community as delegated by the state. 40B is a section that was established outside of the Zoning Enabling Act, and what that does is it provides requirements which allow developers provisions outside of zoning to develop higher density housing. So it's a separate path that developers can choose to utilize.
And if I may ask follow-up, and which one of those allow mixed use? You know, is it both or just one of those?
So 40B does not include mixed use provisions. 40A does allow localities to put mixed use in, and our proposal includes that.
Thank you.
Dennis?
Could you refresh our memory? What is the total number of units that we're expected to zone for, not necessarily build, but zone for? Then after that, how many units are already being built where the overlay is, and how many acres will that take up? So we get an idea of what the maximum may be.
Just want to make sure I get.
I was
the figures
expecting to
right.
see that here, but.
Yeah, so I did present on this at Planning Board. So the modeled capacity that we have developed is 1,512 units.
Okay.
There's an existing 588 units in this district already. So the net new units would be 924. With those 40B units as approved and proposed, that's further reduced to only 426 units.
That's only 426 additional units after the 40Bs that we have to put in.
That's only
Or
426.
as
That would be the maximum build out from the 40Bs.
And if we could get another 40B or something else that's at a lower density than 15, that would lower the number of units again.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, I know there's a maximum density of 15 units per acre. So if we could get another contractor to come in and build, if we chose to do that at a lower density, that would take some more space away from what they could actually build out, correct?
Understood.
Or is there a lot of land left over?
So there's no requirement to construct the units.
I'm not talking about requirement, I'm talking about, we have a obligation, if we pass this, to zone for X amount of building, 15 and 2. We've got it down to 426, I think you said.
Correct.
Of that land, of those left, how much land is it? And is it possible that we could get another developer to come in to build a lower density, instead of 15, maybe 5 units on that land, which would then take us from, 426 down to 300 or 200 or whatever?
Thank you. I understand now. And so I think when looking at the district, the majority of those parcels, and with that proposal, are built out at density. There's unlikely to be much more usable space to actually support those 426 additional units. But to your point, we could find additional projects to further lock up any remaining parcels at lower densities than 15 units per acre.
And would that be something the town would be interested in doing?
I mean, if there's a development partner, as Mr. McGoldrick said, if you look at the map, where there's existing units and then proposed units, that's, the vast majority, I don't know the exact percentage, but I'll say at least 90%, if not more, of the land area that is already somewhat spoken for, preliminarily spoken for. So there's just a few parcels remaining that doesn't have some type of housing or development proposal for it. If there was interest in housing development on those parcels, we would certainly look to partner with a developer to maximize the subsidized housing inventory or affordable units that came there and work within the parameters of this by right zoning that we're passing, or proposing, excuse me.
And I had one follow-up question. Going back to your first statement about the Milton lawsuit, has anyone challenged the actual law? I know they've challenged the enforcement of the law, but has anyone challenged the actual law? And do we know, is it ongoing? Do we know what's come of that?
Not to my knowledge currently.
Okay.
Any other questions from the committee related to Article number 9? If not, I now open it up to the public. Are there any questions or comments related to Article number 9? Very well, we shall now move, thank you. Oh, sorry, you had a question?
Hey, Greg Richards, 16 Hickory Drive. Just a quick comment, I guess. The first thing on the 15% affordable, I just wanted to comment, because I think you're still allowing for a fee in lieu for those units. Should they be built correct in the bylaw or approval?
So as written, it does currently allow for fee in lieu, correct?
Okay. So let's just play it out. So if the 40B doesn't happen, because I know, 40B obviously gets us a higher number, gets us closer to the affordable housing 10% number. But if that falls through, or that developer decides, I want to build under this provision, it's feasible that you could actually have a large multifamily development built that has 0% affordability.
So just to clarify, the fee in lieu provision is a special permit provision, so the planning board has full discretionary authority to either approve or deny any fee in lieu. That funding is a formula that the developer then pays into the Affordable Housing Trust. As was stated in the planning board hearings, the planning board has taken a stance against issuing fee in lieu.
So why do we put it in the bylaw?
So it's existing in the bylaw today.
Okay. One quick comment on the SJC, just a clarification on what they're actually, I guess the case is really against. I would agree to Mr. McGoldrick on the law in general they're not questioning, but primarily it's about the validity of the guidelines. And the key thing to remember about the guidelines is the guidelines set the deadline for 12/31 of this year. They also set the units per acre, and they set the number of units, meaning 10% of our available housing index. So if that case, right, if the Supreme Court says, hey, those guidelines were not properly promulgated, therefore the deadline which we're using as the means of putting this article on town meeting here in November would kind of be null and void, right? So that guideline, that deadline would go away. The law would still be there, but they would have to resubmit about, okay, well, what's really the true deadline? And they could also go back, because it's in the guidelines, other things might change. So what other towns have done, those over 20, either voted no, or people have voted to wait and postpone until that SJC case is solved, or let's say they have a ruling. Because if we pass this zoning, I've heard people say, well, we can always go back and take it out. The problem with that is every zoning article, correct if I'm wrong, has to go to the Attorney General to be certified, or things that pass at town meeting. If the Attorney General says this is a valid statute, the odds of her or that office approving removal is low. So we already have a special town meeting scheduled for April, or I think that's the proposal. I shouldn't say it's already scheduled. So my question would be, why not wait or vote no and say, once that SJC case vets out, if they determine everything is passed mustered and the guidelines are properly promulgated or whatever they might be, the guidelines still, or the deadline still stays, we can move forward. They're not going to, right, prevent us from having a grant money of $500,000 for design if the SJC case is ongoing. It just doesn't make sense to me. So that's my main comment, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richard.
I
Any-
have a follow-up to that.
Sure, Dennis, please.
His statement, which I think is a good statement, but I just want to, what is the possibility if we push it off or say no, that they could take the $500,000 away? And if they do, what's the possibility we would get that grant back? I mean,
So-
are they going to wait for the Supreme Court ruling?
We will not receive the grant funding until we're in compliance.
Okay. But do we lose it? If we're not in compliance, can they say, we're taking it away?
The letter said that, yes.
It said they could take it away,
It said they would take it away.
would take it away,
Yeah.
which would mean we'd have to reapply for it.
Yes, and it's an annual cycle, you know, all things being equal, it's part of the Community One-Stop Program, and that cycle starts in the spring, and awards are made in September, October timeframe.
Okay, I just want to make sure when we make our recommendation, we're aware of all the facts correctly.
Sure.
And things are always confused.
So, Mr. Chair, may I just ask
Sure.
a follow-up? So with the grant funding cycle then, right, we would essentially miss the window, and so it would be almost a 2-year delay then if we did get it?
Yeah, if we weren't in compliance until it's after, let's say it went to the annual town meeting in May, or let's say it goes, as Mr. Richards says, you know, we've talked about potentially a special town meeting in April. I can't remember if the deadline is April 30th or May 31st. We may not be able to even apply, but there is also a possibility that we could apply. I can't remember if it's an April 30th deadline or a May 31st deadline.
And to be in compliance, it just has to pass town meeting. It doesn't have to get approved from the Attorney General to be in compliance?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
It does go for review at the state level, but because we've done pre-adoption review, we're rather confident that we would achieve that mark.
Thank you.
Any other questions related to that from the committee? If not, I go back to the public. Yes, sir, please come forward.
Good evening, Paul Zekas, Precinct 1. With respect to this article, it's largely known as very significant throughout the Commonwealth as the MBTA zoning. There is another component to this article, Mr. McGoldrick, and I haven't heard you discuss that.
Sir, please address the chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. There's been no discussion in the preceding meetings at the planning board or here tonight with regard to the vertical and horizontal mixed use definition change to our zoning bylaws. And it has been grouped with this MBTA issue, and it's completely unrelated. And we're being held hostage to a $500,000 grant on the MBTA. I get that, that's separate. This vertical and mixed use relates specifically to the town center district and is intended to impact the outcome of the Beal School, Beal Commons litigation. So perhaps we could ask the Mr. McGoldrick to explain the purpose behind the change in the zoning, how it affects the MBTA zoning, and why it was grouped with this Article number 9, and why it was not presented separately, and why it previously hasn't been mentioned at any of the planning board hearings or during the course of discussion around the upcoming town meeting.
Mr. McGoldrick, do you have a reply?
Yeah, so the mixed use provisions, just to clarify, are not specific to this town center district. They are town-wide. Lakeway Commons and Edgemere Crossing are both mixed use provision or projects. The discussion to this point has largely been in relation to the 3A compliance. Discussion around the mixed use has not been brought up in those hearings.
Why not?
Please, sir, via me.
Mr. Chair, why not? Why has it not been brought up?
So, I mean, I can handle it. So, I know, Mr. Zikos, you're trying to point at and say that it should have been brought up. It could have been brought up. It's been part of the proposal to make adjustments, again, to all mixed-use districts. If you'll recall, when we started this initiative in January, we were trying to approve mandatory mixed use for our MBTA zoning district. As we were reviewing the aspects of our zoning that contain mixed use already, and through the approval process for the 1 through 7 Maple Avenue project, the Beal project, It was identified that we could provide further clarification of between horizontal and vertical mixed use. So as we drafted adjustments to mixed use, which was originally a critical component of our MBTA zoning, we included that within our comprehensive proposals. It has remained in there because we still want to attract mixed-use development within this zone if possible. So as anytime we have the opportunity to provide clarifications, clarity, make improvements to our zoning bylaw, regardless of how those matters are identified, we will always do our best to bring that forward and make those adjustments.
Do you have anything else, Mr. Zekas, related to this? that
I
you'd like to
do.
talk-
So, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mizikar, then you're suggesting this is for the purpose of the MBTA zoning area, which already has 90% of the potential project spoken for, and no requests for commercial uses on the first floors of those buildings? Or is this a direct result? If it's a direct result of the Beal litigation, let's say so. I mean, through sworn testimony and depositions and at trial, it is clear that the planning board erred in its approval of this Beal Commons because there's residential on the first floor. Now you add this 11th hour fix for further clarification. So we're doing a deal specific to assist the developer, again, of Beal Commons, and we're throwing it in with the MBTA.
Mr. Mizikar?
Sure. So I completely disagree with what you're saying with regards to how the planning board made their decision in the permitting of 1 through 7 Maple Avenue. I know the plaintiffs in the court case make allegations similar to the comments that you've made. Those will ultimately be decided by the judge, and I'm confident that the town will prevail in that litigation. 2 other points, if I may, address Mr. Zekos' comments. The first, I was very clear in my comments how the issue of mixed use, horizontal and vertical mixed use was identified. That was during the approval process of the Beal project itself, so I said it. So hopefully you take note of that. The second part is this zoning, again, applies to all mixed-use districts within the town of Shrewsbury. It doesn't just apply to 3A. It doesn't just apply to the town center district. It applies to all districts.
Mr. Zekos, I'll give you just one more opportunity to respond. After
Sure,
that, we'll have to move.
these aren't allegations. Our own building inspector, under sworn testimony, reviewed the terminology of the current bylaw that Beal was approved under and indicated that she would not be able to issue a building permit. So I understand you might be confident that the town will prevail over the residents who have worked diligently to protect their neighborhood. But why is it we cannot vote on this separately? Why are we not doing this separately at town meeting? Why are we doing bundling?
I don't understand the question.
So my point is, how do we allow people to vote on this separately? On the vertical and horizontal mixed-use zoning change, separate from MBTA? They're 2 very separate issues.
Mr. Mizikar, do you agree with that, or Mr. McGoldrick?
So I want to be clear that, this was included as part of a refinement to the definition of vertical mixed use, and to be very crystal clear on that, specifically, it is to adjust the definition away from questions that have been raised in litigation, where the definition adjusts between floors, and the interaction between interior floors, where the board's purview, separate from building code and the building inspector's purview, is the exterior facade of the structure. So this component is included to refine mixed use based on findings that we've had, and it's directly related to the mixed-use components that we would readily accept in this district, in addition to the housing components that we are promoting through the zoning.
Okay, Mr. Zekas, we'll have to move on. Do you have anything else?
No,
not
I'll
related
just
to
close with, I don't believe that it's fair to put this in front of town meeting and use town meeting as a tool to overcome the mistakes that were made, the repeated mistakes that were made during the permitting process of Beal Commons.
Okay, yeah,
Thank
thank you.
you.
We've noted your comments. Thank you. Do I have anybody else from the public who would like to? Yes, sir, please come forward.
Tony Bonaventura, 120 Howe Ave. It's kind of a little bit of a moving target with this proposal. But in the planning board meetings, I brought up, some issue with the numbers that were proposed. I don't see any of the numbers in the proposal. I don't know if it came before you folks earlier.
They weren't in this presentation. Mr. McGoldrick, could we pull that up, or would it be a problem?
Yeah, I have financial figures if there's a question about them, or if the finance committee would like to have any discussion about them, I can pull up my slides.
Yes, if you could.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I believe the numbers did come up in one of our previous meetings.
it did, yes, it did.
So
come
they
in.
have been here. I believe you were at that meeting.
Finance committee?
Yeah, the previous meeting they did come up, but today they're not there.
Way back. With the
No,
other-
no,
with the
far
other one
back.
possibly.
Month ago.
A month
Month
ago,
ago.
yeah.
You and I spoke after the meeting about some other stuff.
Planning board I did, but not finance committee. Yeah. With you,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay, we can quickly bring them up and then go.
Yeah. But I think, well, are they gonna bring them up or no?
Can you, Mr. Mizuka?
Would you like me to make a presentation on the financials?
How long do you think it would take?
I can run through a couple things.
Okay,
I
we'll quickly do
Give me a
that.
couple minutes. Let me start with a couple introductory comments. So over the course of time, we've done our best to analyze a variety of impacts that may occur with multifamily housing development within the community. And because we maintain really good data with regards to multifamily housing, and what I anticipate the gentleman's question being about the cost of educating children within the school district. So, we have not made a proactive financial presentation to you all this evening. While we consider it a very critical component, I think that skews away from the conversation of the zoning itself. So, but I'm happy to go through these slides and talk to you about it. I'd like to set the table with that by talking about first single-family homes in Shrewsbury and how that relates to the cost of educating children, just because I think it provides a good point for this board to consider. So we'll start at the top. There's been a lot of discussion about what the appropriate valuation of additional costs per children in schools are. And we can certainly use the per pupil spending number when we look at that. So that incorporates the vast majority of the costs associated with operating the school district and divides it by the number of children, and then comes up with an average cost. And those costs are a significant range because it includes special education costs. And some of our most vulnerable children need a very high amount of money, almost $500,000 for an individual child. So a broad range of costs. So when we think about per pupil spending, in 2024, the state, in their analysis, indicated $17,839. We receive roughly $3,650 per pupil in Chapter 70 state aid, which brings the number to $14,189 that we have to raise locally if we look at our per pupil spending. So again, talking about single-family homes first, there's 9,435 single-family homes in Shrewsbury. So what does it take, what value of a single-family home does it take to raise enough money to educate a child in Shrewsbury? That takes a valuation of $1,146,051 if you're looking for a property to raise just enough money to educate a single student at that modified per pupil calculation. So there's 464 single-family homes in this community, or 4.92%, that can stand on their own and provide the cost of education of a single student on the per pupil number. If a family has 2 children that are going to school at the same time, that valuation of that home needs to go up to almost $2.3 million. There's 5 homes in Shrewsbury that are valued. So I make these points because I think when you're considering zoning and you're considering housing and you're considering per pupil costs, you have to think of us as a community, because that's what we are. We pull our tax dollars together to provide for our students, to provide for our own public safety, and provide for the good of the community. So taking an analysis and trying to understand whether or not we should pass zoning based upon whether or not it will yield a particular amount of tax dollar or there's a certain means test is quite erroneous. Because no matter what that valuation is, we're a community, we pool our resources, we have a commercial property tax base, we have residential homes with students and without students. So I think the single family home is probably the best indicator. Why is it the best indicator? Because that's where most of the children come from in our school district. That being said, we've run the analysis looking at multifamilies. And when we look at MBTA zoning, you know, there are already units that are constructed within the zone, and we have to zone for a particular amount. So we looked at these numbers in 2 different ways. What is the amount of units that can be constructed, and then what I'm calling what is a most likely analysis, or most likely number of units that will be yielded, given the interest that's there in those 2 40B lots. And we valued properties at Edgemere Crossing and Quinn 35, which are our 2 most modern apartment developments, and we applied that on a per unit valuation. And you come up with estimated recurring revenue of about $5 million for the 924 units, and about $2.75 million for the 504 units. I've also added in some other revenue per capita, because certainly property taxes are not the single source. So I wanted to be a little bit more comprehensive in this as we continue to think about this, as it's on the mind of our community members. So I added some per capita revenues in there from things like state aid, local receipts, our support from CELCO and other levy reduction initiatives. Took the total population, 38,000 residents, and got a per capita average. Again, looking at those 2 most recent apartment community developments, we got 1.7 residents per unit, and I made those that multiplication happen through the number of units. So that's where I'm coming up with my revenue estimates. So if you want to look at this, and you want to look at the maximum number of units, and you want to use the per pupil expenditure estimate, $17,839. Total estimated cost of educating those students is $7.1 million. The total cost, or the total revenue that will be anticipated, again, is just shy of $4 million. So the tax requirements, or the expense requirements would exceed the tax revenue by about $2.3 million, $2.2 million. Looking at the analysis whenever we're using per pupil expenditures on the maximum number, I'm sorry, I just went back to the same slide. The most likely number of units, if we use the per pupil expenditure again, the estimated revenue about $2.6 million, estimated cost about $3.9 million. So the revenue raised from the developments does not cover the fully burdened cost of students and public safety and other municipal expenses. So here's the analysis that we spent some time on working with Dr. Sawyer based upon, and Mr. Girardi at the school department, who's responsible for the school finances, because additional school children are incremental costs. They're, you don't apply the average cost to the next student that walks through the door. So we think this is a much more likely financial analysis. So we looked at them as cohorts. So we've said if there's 924 units and we have 0.2 students per unit, which is the average number of students across all of our multifamily developments, that'll give us 260 units. Or 260 students. We divided those over the elementary, middle, and high school. We're confident in that because we know, again, where our students live. And in those two apartment communities, in all the apartment communities that we analyze, we obviously have a spread of students across all the grade levels. So we're confident that the mix would remain the same. So we'd apply 3.44 teachers, $103,600 in education materials and support at the elementary level and at the middle school level. Slightly different at the high school level with higher education and support materials and higher education or higher teachers because we added the extra student there. We need 2 additional school buses for the full total cost of education in such a cohort with 924 additional units being $1.3 million. So here's that analysis, and sorry I'm missing the comma there. So with this much more realistic approach, rather than applying the per pupil expenditure to every new student that would join the district and incorporating the same municipal costs, we can see the revenue estimate exceeds the total cost estimate by about $1 million. So those are the 2 primary points of analysis that we did. I also have the analysis on the most likely units, where we have a total cost estimate of $2.1 million and a revenue estimate of 2.6. I'm happy to answer any questions associated with that. I'll just end, since these are multifamily developments, if you look at the 2 most recent developments within the community, Quinn 35 and Edgemere Crossing, here's the analysis of those actual known facts. There's 250 apartment units in each community. There's the property tax that we have received in 2024. There's 21 and 16 students respectively. Add the per pupil expenditure because that's the higher number, and the revenues exceed the total cost of education. So if there's other nuances that I'm missing in the financial analysis, I'm happy to go through them and answer any questions you may have.
So, Mr. Ventura, this was presented at the planning board meeting, so I believe you were there and you had some comments.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Do you have anything additional to what was discussed there?
Yeah, I don't remember any of these charts at the planning board. There were different charts, but not these, so these are a lot of new numbers to pour through. And it looks like there was a little different model used to come up with the cost of students. But
Is that the case, Mr. Mizikar? Was it?
I did not provide a per pupil analysis because it's not my recommendation to use, but it was requested by Mr. Bonaventura and others, so I provided the analysis as requested.
Okay.
So I guess through the chair, I don't want to belabor this too much, but there's a lot of numbers there to grab quickly. What I heard was you didn't use a per pupil cost here either, that you used a more granular.
This is the per pupil cost.
So you're using that throughout this entire,
I did both.
through all the slides?
I did both. I
Okay.
did a per pupil analysis at the maximum number of units and the most likely number of units, and then I did the cohort analysis at the maximum number of units and the most likely number of units.
And the number we're using now, just to confirm, is that 14,189?
Nope, I used 17,839, the top number, the per pupil, whenever I use per pupil.
Okay. At the planning board meeting, there was a number used that was 4,500, so I'm just trying to, it's a big gap.
That's the cohort number.
Right.
You asked for per pupil.
Right. So then when you went through this, you kind of got back to that, closer to that 4,500 in the cohorts.
Correct.
Adding in.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's the cohort analysis as we discussed and how that's broken down. So
It's a little more granular. So I just want to make a couple of comments about that. So through that process at the planning board, what came out of it was to get to that cohort number, there was actually a reduction in services to the students. So to get to that number, it was an approximate increase in class sizes of 1.5 students in all grades, I believe, other than high school.
Yes, but Mr. Sawyer did address that question.
Excuse me?
Mr. Sawyer did address.
He's the one who brought, one questioned, he did agree that there was a reduction in services, and by a reduction in services, you know, I think that the, you know, there's been a drive to have certain size class sizes, so if you increase class sizes, by definition, you're decreasing services. And to lower that per student cost, the way that was able to be achieved is by lowering, increasing the class sizes or lowering the service. So I think that was clarified at that last meeting. I just want to point that out, that that is how the reduction came. I don't know if anybody has a comment on that. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, please.
I'm a parent. I have students in our school. I came from California before I relocated to Shrewsbury. I mean, to me, if my student is student 22 or student 23, I think that's a gross misclassification of the situation to call it a reduction in services to our students. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I just like.
Do you have any other comment, Mr.
Well, I just make a comment that I actually agree. I don't think class sizes are, you know, from my personal experience,
Right.
I think that, you know, there's benefits, but that, you can't have both sides of the argument. So I've seen, you know, very limited, but I've seen some discussion about class sizes in the past, and it's a definite goal. And so when you're moving the standard level of service, whether you think it improves or not, I mean, why couldn't we do that tomorrow? We don't do that tomorrow. There's a reason. You know, there's a process and a reason, and they chose a certain level of service. So, you know, if class size doesn't matter, then we could really help out with our budgeting problem, right? We could reduce services across the board without bringing these extra units in. It's difficult for residents. There's a lot of information to take in. My goal here is to make sure that when town meeting members have a vote, that they have very clear and more easy to understand information. And when the target is moving, it's already difficult enough. When that target moves, it's really hard to keep up with. I can tell you right now, I can't take this in at this moment. I'm going to need to study that and get into the details a little bit more to understand it. I do have, you know, I have a question about some new information.
I can just add one more question, then we'll have.
Well, my concern, and the Finance Committee is really the only place I think that we can have this conversation, I'm sorry, but my concern is when a number is given at town meeting, there's no opportunity to discuss it. So it has to be discussed at some point before we get there.
And that's what this hearing is about.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so, and this is a big subject.
Right.
I would be much happier to see these projections done off of averages. Take out all the variables. So, you know, you're doing some new construction in town, and I agree with the town manager that it's a pot that we utilize, and I would much rather see a formula where we took a percentage of the entire town budget per resident, per, you know, with new developments, adults and children. I don't think we need to parse out the children totally. We might put a small multiplier on there because obviously there's a difference between residential and commercial. There's been a lot of conversation about that. So nothing I'm saying is new. It's all conversations that the town has all the time. Now we're talking about new development. I think it's a little unfair if we don't simplify these numbers and be consistent with these numbers. We can't talk about, oh, we want more commercial development because it's extra revenue versus residential, and then when residential comes, we play that down a little bit. And so that's why I brought up that change in the class sizes, because, like I said, we could do that tomorrow and probably avoid the entire increase in the school budget for next year if we applied that across the board without this development. So maybe I should ask that question. Are we gonna plan on doing that if we don't bring in new units? Are we gonna increase class sizes and reduce school costs if it doesn't make a difference? I'm not suggesting that, but I'm asking the question. It's a fair question.
Dennis, you want to address that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it is a fair question. It seems to be a loaded question.
Over time, maybe.
So how many students did they say we have, and how many students are we going up? Is it one, are we going from 22 to 23? Are we going from 28 to 29, 29 to 30?
It was small, it was like in the low 20s, I
Right.
believe. They didn't state that at the meeting, but I believe I've heard that in the past.
I believe, and I think the former school committee members here, we've been much higher in the higher 20s for student size.
Was when I went to
So,
school.
yeah, so we're still well below. So I don't see, as you said, you don't think it's a difference. I don't see that being a big difference. If we're going up to the 28s, 29s, if we're going up by 3 students, I would agree. That's a big difference. At this point, I think I hate to say it, I think you're bringing up an issue that really is going to confuse a lot of people for no good reason.
Well, that's why I'm bringing it up here.
Right.
Because it's
You're bringing it up
impossible to bring it up in,
Thank you very much.
in town
for
meeting.
confirming
We've
that.
noted that. Let's move on to the next, if you have any other related question on this, otherwise we can move on.
I'm just one more question while we're on the subject, not to belabor it, but where else is it gonna happen? So I heard that there's approximately 9,500 single-family homes in Shrewsbury. And I believe that, at the last meeting, there was just a little under 800 students coming from multifamilies. These are single-family detached homes, I assume, or,
Yeah, that number is,
Detached.
Yeah, correct.
which would maybe include like condominiums and so forth, or just single-family detached? So
Just purely detached, no doubles, no condos.
no townhouses or anything? Okay.
Because you remember, Mr. Bonaventura, like when you look at dwelling units, we had about 2,200 dwelling units in the multifamily, and then we have 9,000 here, but we have 14,000, 888. That's why we got to produce what we got to produce for 10% MBTA. So the rest would be up to four units in a building.
Okay. The reason I asked that question through the chair is that just very rough, quick math in my head, it looks like on average then for single-family homes, we're probably only around a half a student or maybe 0.6 per single-family home. That sound appropriate? Through the chair.
I'm not sure I followed. Yeah,
We don't know that.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It came up, to me, it was very interesting when we were going through the numbers, that it's not that far off actually from the average for apartments. When you look at some of them, these are the two that you mentioned here are the newest, and they happen to be some of the lowest ones. But I know that there are some complexes that are over 0.5, for instance. So I just think it's interesting that there's not as much of a divergence as we might have thought. So it's interesting for the future.
Okay,
But I am very concerned with what gets presented to town meeting when it comes to cost, because it makes it appear that this is actually, it's residential that is actually, lack of a better word, profitable. There's a lot of things not included in here. There's no building cost, I believe, in that number for the students. We cleared that up in the planning board meeting. Building amortization is not in that number. So. The debt, yeah. So when we're getting granular, but then we're leaving things out which isn't granular. And there are many other costs, shared town costs, which I do agree is the right way to look at things, as a plot, shared town costs that aren't in these formulas. And that concerns me because it can be very misleading to town meeting members. So that's my only comments.
Can I just comment back on that? So the average per pupil spending figure that we're using here is a state figure. And it does include things like electricity and custodial services that are paid out of the municipal side of the budget. It does not include debt service associated with school buildings. But again, it's not because we're picking and choosing what we want to put in the average number. This is the state number. So they take all of our expenditures and they make this calculation. This is not a town number. So it's the same for every town. We're not picking and choosing anything.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid argument from the town manager.
I agree on the number. I'm just saying
Yeah.
but out of that, we got into some very granular details.
Okay.
And when we did that, we didn't get into all of the granular details. That's my concern. When we do that, we need to be fair and look at, if we're going to go down that route, which I wish we didn't go down, but if we do, we need to really get into every detail. and we need to be very clear about our explanation, including an increase in class sizes, because I know that town residents, by and large, passed an override,
Right.
you know, primarily for schools, and might have had some expectations. Maybe some people do feel that that class size is important. I don't know. We don't know what's in everybody's minds. I just want to make sure that we give accurate information and a fair to the town residents. So,
Okay,
thank you for your
sir.
time.
Thank you so much. Are there any other comments from the public on article number 9? If not, we shall move to the next article, article number 10. It's a citizen's petition. Mr. Richards, Mr. Greg Richards, please come forward.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Good, okay. Yeah, like the chair mentioned, I'm Greg Richards, 16 Hickory Drive, and I want to thank the chair and the board for allowing me to come here tonight and speak on behalf of the other fellow residents in support of Article 10, which is asking to convert the planning board from an appointed board to an elected board. You know, I hadn't actually planned on coming up and representing this article, because another resident had brought this, had some conversations with a few members of the select board, and ultimately we had to go down the citizens petition path, so I'm here representing that. I do, just as a point of note, you may be aware, I do have a show that I do on Shrewsbury Media Connection, and the only reason I mention it is because through that I've gotten a lot of feedback from residents, and you know, a lot of them share very similar feedback. A lot are concerned, you know, with ongoing developments in town and how that might impact the character of our community as well as their quality of life. You know, a lot of them are frustrated with feeling like at times they're not heard when they provide feedback and opinions to appointed leaders, and you know, some of them are really troubled with how future developments might, you know, impact them and prevent them potentially from staying in their homes due to some increased tax burden. You know, I personally have attended a lot of planning board meetings, you know, a lot of them this year related to the warehouse project up on Clinton Street, and you know, some of the observations I made with that is I watched a lot of residents, you know, really share some heartfelt concerns about that project and how they really thought it would impact their quality of life, and many of them shared that they really felt dismissed or ignored throughout that process, you know, specifically on how that ended. You know, the planning board had continued a public hearing where a lot of the residents felt like they were going to come back and be allowed to speak. However, in that final meeting, the planning board actually closed the hearing prior to allowing the residents to speak, which I think left a lot of those residents frustrated with that. So after that occurred, I just thought there had to be a better way, you know, and I started doing some research, and what I found out was there was a very similar project that was done in Holliston. They had a 500,000 square foot approximately warehouse that was proposed in front of their planning board. However, that project, unlike the one in Shrewsbury, was denied by the board. And when I looked at, well, how did that happen? What was the differences? One of the primary differences was Holliston has an elected board. Now, I understand, everybody understands, the planning board must follow the law. They're not allowed to make unilateral decisions like that. However, the way that Holliston worked was those planning board members worked with the planner, and they worked with their town council, and they crafted town meeting articles to help prevent and allow them to have more control over the types of development that was done in town. So they modified their town bylaws to support what the residents had wanted and the feedback the residents had given, such as being able to deny with special permit for impact of the character of their community and the impact it might have on residents. Where I've seen here in Shrewsbury is, for our town meeting, a lot of developers have come in and proposed and got articles to modify zoning in order to be more favorable for developers. And the way that some of our bylaws are written don't necessarily allow us the flexibility to make those kind of decisions. And it's my opinion, you know, that's part of the planning board. One of the responsibilities could be to, you know, look at zoning and how can we modify it to better serve the community. You know, Shrewsbury, having an elected board would also help us meet some of our 2030 objectives. One of the key tenets of that is being an engaged and connected community. And one of those strategies that's defined by the town is that we want to expand interest in and engagement with Shrewsbury's boards and committees. So what a better way to expand interest and engagement with boards and committees than to allow that board to be elected? Because elections, right, and the campaign process bring awareness to not only the planning board, but also the impact those individuals may have on the community. Looking at Massachusetts, there's 146 towns that have planners. There was a survey in 2018 of the Massachusetts planners that found that 70% of those towns had elected boards. Only 30% were appointed. So we are in the minority. Of our surrounding communities, Northborough, Southborough, Westborough, Grafton, Millbury, and West Boylston all have elected boards. And when Ipswich looked at a very similar article in 2018, they did research. And in that research, they reached out to towns, both with appointed and elected boards, asking for feedback. When you look at towns that have appointed boards, a lot of the feedback from residents were, when you have appointed boards, there's unclear accountability. They're not sure, who does that board really accountable to? Is it the residents? Is it the person that appoints them? The appointment process is foggy. People don't understand how appointments are made, who's applying for these appointments, what the pool of candidates is. And oftentimes these boards get stale, right? Board members can rely and be on appointed boards for a long period of time. Specifically in our planning board, one of the planning board members has been on the board for 26 years. Now, a lot has changed in 26 years, and having that elected board would allow some additional independent thinking and some new fresh faces onto potentially the board. So I understand that change is hard, right? And, a lot of people might fear change, but just changing from an appointed to an elected board does not guarantee the makeup of the board would change at all. If the existing planning board still feels that they're the best served in those positions, they can simply run. And that election process would allow them to present their experience and qualifications directly to those who matter most, which is our fellow residents. So this elected board, as I mentioned, would meet our collective goal of being a more engaged and connected community by bringing awareness of the planning board and the impact planning has on the character and quality of life of our community. So I'll leave you with this in closing. When you recommend this article to town meeting and our community, who wouldn't be happy with having an elected board? So I thank you and willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. I did also do some research as far as the study that you mentioned, the 2018 one.
Yes.
Related to Ipswich. And I understand the valid arguments that you have given in favor of making it an elected board, but there were a lot of concerns as well in that study as far as politicization of the board, litigation issues, the change in the structure of the working of the town government as far as the town planner. How does the town planner work with, right now I believe our structure is the town planner works with the town manager's office and sort of is not under the control of the planning board. So there were concerns like this, that it changed, and then conflicts between the board, the select board, as well as the planning board, because they're two elected committees. And it creates chaos in terms of their functioning. And it results in delays of projects and the overall functioning of the government, of the town government. So did you address any of those, do any research into that? And
Yeah, I'd be happy to address those. The first point you've taken about influence on the board, I would say that I think that's the situation we're currently in. If you look at it, 80% of our planning board today is either a developer or a construction background. So I think there is some, there's unconscious bias, right, with who's making the appointments. And I know it's Mr. Mizikar, and I'm not arguing that he has a vision, right? And that vision is, I would pick people who are most aligned, like any business. If I was hiring people, right? So I completely understand it, right? But, when you look at from a resident standpoint, I think the other thing that takes away is, I don't want to minimize the fact that residents like yourself, as a resident, can do research. They can make those educated decisions. When people are campaigning and having discussions, if you felt that somebody was, let's say, being funded by a developer, that's a decision you make when you go into the polling place and who you vote for, right? So I think those are the kind of things that I think we currently haven't very slated towards a development and a construction mindset on who's currently on the board. That's my opinion, and I'm
just to address that, if you don't mind, Mr. Richards.
Sure.
One of the arguments to counter that was that the planning board members they have certain skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody with electability doesn't necessarily have those skill sets to do the job in the planning board. And that was one of the major concerns of the study
Right.
that resulted in people with promoted vested interest
Mhm.
as opposed to actually doing their job.
But I think you're minimizing with that.
I'm just
Yeah,
mentioning
yeah.
what was in the
Yeah, I
study. I'm not
understand. I
promoting it,
understand.
I'm just,
And that's why we're dialoguing.
yeah.
So I think you could be minimizing, because my fear there is saying this, right? I think there's a lot of people in this community, 40,000 people effectively, who would have interest in it, right? I don't see somebody who doesn't have any interest in the planning process saying, I'm gonna run to be on the board, right? Just because I wanna run. So there has to be an interest there. And I think there's a lot of factors that go into planning, but you can educate yourself on it. I personally can read zoning laws. I was interested in MBTA. I've read a lot of them. I got up to speed on it. I understand there's laws behind it, right? And you talked about litigation. We have a town council, correct? We also have a planner. So those types of decisions, like I said, if I go back to Holliston, if you go watch the Zoom meetings when they were proposing town meeting articles, right? They're always talking directly to town council. Town council is offering them advice and counsel, right, of how they should craft things and helping make those decisions. So I don't believe you're gonna see like this Wild West concept where you're gonna say, oh, now we're passing or rejecting zoning that is illegal, right? If that was truly the case, all these arguments, 70% of those towns wouldn't have elected boards. If that was a big problem, people would say, well, they would be the minority, not the majority of towns, right? If that was really that prevalent. So I understand people have concerns about it, but if you just kind of look at those factors alone, that it seems to me that the state would say, you know, there's such a problem, they wouldn't identify, you know, Chapter 41, Section 81A, how they define planning boards. They wouldn't allow you to have one if they felt like it was that big of an issue. That's at least my opinion on it.
any other questions? Dennis, please.
So what is the remedy if not enough people run for the planning board?
Then the select board gets to appoint them. That's right, in the Mass General Law.
Yeah.
So if you leave doing that, or if there's somebody not there, the select board would make that recommendation. And then the select board, honestly, I know you mentioned, Mr. Chair, about some contention, which I don't 100% understand, because the select board is, you know, elected. So if they're making decisions on planning in the town, let's say they appoint a bunch of members that the town is not satisfied with, then they can change the select board through election process as well. So that's how it is written in the law, that the select board would fill those open seats to make sure we had at least 5. You have to have at least 5, and that's part of that law as well. You have to have at least 5 members.
And then the other follow-up question on that is, through the chair for Mr. Carr, what goes into the selection of the planning board?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. I have a series of comments that I would like to make.
Why don't we go to Mr.
And that's part of that, but I know you're asking Mr. Richards questions, and I'm happy to do it any time. I just,
Could we just finish the questions and then we'll come to you at the end? So, you had a question for Kevin?
I will address that.
If he's going to address it
All right,
later, I just want to bring up, you know, how we, you know,
Right.
again, elections one way, people run, people put the, how are the appointments made? That's all, because I have not sat in any of those appointments for planning board, so I just want to get a clarification so I can weigh both ways. But do that later.
David, let's move to you and then Millie.
So I know you're making a distinction between elected and appointed.
Yes.
And that distinction was made in the Constitution when we began in the Constitution of the Commonwealth. And our forefathers said we should elect people and they should appoint people, and they're two different people. One's electability, and one is supposed to be based on merit, skill for that position. And all the concerns you've brought up about longevity, look at Congress, we have people there for 30, 40 years. About biased, I think elected officials have bias. And when we elect people, we elect them and who they appoint forever, since the beginning of this country. And then to say, well, the planning board, I don't like how they put things, well, it's the town meeting members that actually pass that into law, and they're elected. So we have elected officials doing the appointments, and we have elected officials passing that zoning. So I don't see any argument you made to me, I'm just being honest with you, that would change how I would view that you have elected and you have appointed positions in the federal system, in the state system, since the beginning of our country, with unique roles. And we are actually, I would say, more accountable If the people don't like what we're doing here in this committee, and they go and they vote in a new moderator, our entire board can be done. He appoints us.
Mhm.
We're done, right? When we have a new president comes in, thousands of people are swiped and new people are put in, instead of 9 elected officials with different times. So we are more accountable than elected officials. So I really, at this point, there's no argument you've made that make me look at appointed people and elected people and say, yeah, that board needs to be elected. I'm just being honest.
Well, there's a nuance there, though.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Because the person who appoints this board is an elected official. The person that appoints the planning board is not. Kevin Mizikar, who's the town manager, who's not an elected member, makes appointments. The select board, right, would then, through contract, so it's like once removed. So there's less direct connection in that appointment process.
So follow up. Again, stay with the federal government, it's the easiest
Sure.
one. Appointed people appoint. The Attorney General appoints hundreds and hundreds of people, right? It's the same thing as the select board hiring our town manager, and he appoints. When we elect the select board, we're electing the town manager and all those appointments that comes with it. That whole bucket is every election, right?
That's if you, I guess, then the argument would be you like the structure of our federal government and you think it works well.
I think it was the basis of our forefathers that put in, it is.
Well-
They said there's an elected official that
Okay.
comes with electability, and we know that the person who runs the Treasury,
Right.
the Department of Defense, the Attorney General should not be elected. They sat down and made that determination, and every state took that model and said, you're right, we want to make our Constitution that way.
Or we elect the Attorney General here. So I
But
mean, I understand.
Positions, there are
yeah.
elected and there's not.
So, I think there, in my opinion too, I think there's a philosophical thing, and I appreciate the feedback, trust me. I just think there's a philosophical thing that on the local level, I think the closer you are to local, where you are able to make those types of distinctions, because also if, in your argument too is, then is everybody else doing it wrong? So is all the surrounding communities around us incorrect? And then you should say, you know what? I don't know why you guys are doing that. You guys should all move to all appointed boards.
Yeah, so I'm not saying they're incorrect. What I'm saying is the argument you put before me, there was nothing in it that made me think, oh, he's right. It should not be an appointed, it should be an elected. I think elected officials are less accountable than an appointment because we can be wiped with one election. And I'm just trying to be honest with you on that.
Not in our structure, you can't. You cannot wipe the planning board with an election.
Well, if we got a new town manager through the selection of the select board,
He's a contract for a number of
But-
years. It
but-
can't happen.
but we could, right?
Of course I can. I'm an at-will employee. I can be terminated
Or you
at,
could leave, I guess.
no, I can be terminated
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Okay.
But I have no guarantee of position.
And I really.
100%.
And I really appreciate, and I appreciate your thoughts.
I didn't know that.
And I appreciate all your thoughts, but I was just trying to be honest with you that your
No,
arguments to
I
me,
appreciate it, yeah.
every argument you made, I don't think would flip me over. I think if you look at Congress, there's all longevity, there's biased, and there's less accountability in the elected officials in Congress than there are the appointed people under the Attorney General or the Treasury. And that's, I'll leave with that, sir. And I'll,
Okay.
Okay, thank you, David. Milind, you had a question?
Yeah, I mean, when Kevin presents, I would like to know, what's been the past interest in the,
Sure. Okay, well,
number of people applied and all this.
yeah, we'll hold on that one. Jim, anything for Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I just want to go back to some of your opening comments, Mr. Richards. So you had mentioned just the planning board, you gave the Clinton Street example and some of the residents' feedback. I guess, have you tried in your Halston example, reaching out to them since and developing a report and maybe possibly influence some change that you've seen in some of your research and in the other towns?
Reaching out to our planning board, or just confused?
Yeah, no, our current planning board. So you, if I heard you correctly, you'd sensed
Yeah.
that, I got the impression that you can't work with them and reaching out to them across the table to maybe influence some changes in the current bylaws that you'd like to see for future development. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, no, I haven't specifically gone and saying, hey, there should be a bunch of changes, right?
But I'm asking, I feel like, through you, Mr. Chair, I feel like you had the one example at Clinton Street. And in fairness to that situation, there were many, many public hearings, and it got very repetitive, if I remember correctly, towards the end. So I'm just looking ahead, if you're interested in making some change, why not at least start with the current board there and developing a report and maybe become, have some sort of, not influence, but some things you'd like to see that they're enacting that
Sure.
you don't like.
Well,
instead of
in all
going-
transparency, I did apply for the planning board position, but that's not the reason why. So I think that would be the ultimate way of saying, yeah, I applied for the position, and I wanted to join the planning board. That was my intention, right? I wasn't selected, but I had already previously to that talked about this, and even Mr. Mizikar, we had a conversation in that, where he said, hey, what do you think about this election? I said, well, I would just run then. It wasn't, so this was going on well before that, and I, applied. So I think that is the ultimate, in my mind, that I did apply for the position. So, and I wasn't selected. So I did try that way, and, this was the next step. And, if it, for whatever reason, doesn't go through, then, yeah, there are other alternates to make those impacts. But it's a struggle, right? Because, for me to go and say, hey, I think we should, for instance, change, what we can do in commercial regions. Say, we shouldn't have warehouse, shouldn't be by right. It should be, everything should be special permit. There's a lot of things in it. You need the support of a lot of people, right? So when you're getting, back to the appointment thing is, if those people who are appointed are very like-minded, right, because of who's making the appointment, it's very challenging, right, to get consensus. Where if you have multiple viewpoints in the community, and I don't think it's always 100% that the people in the planning board have to be experts in, you have to understand a plan, right? Do I need to know how I personally build a building? But I think there's other factors that are important in that, right? What shapes the character of a community more than planning and development? What we build, where we build it, what do we leave open? All that's very important. So I think there are people who have a different sense and say, you know what, I understand that somebody could build this here, but is that the right fit for the community? It's a different lens, right? And that's why I think the election really opens up the types of people who may be able to apply or who would get selected. Because like you say, I think just multiple people who do apply, I don't know how many, Mr. Mizikar can share with us those numbers, but I think you could get a more broad, diverse slate of people who are interested in it and would do the research and allow the residents to make the decision. Because ultimately, everybody on this board, everybody on the planning board, there are residents of Shrewsbury already, right? We're just opening that up to a larger pool of candidates, that's all.
Any other questions for Mr. Richardson? Oh, yes.
No, so, Mr. Richards, thank you for bringing forward the citizens petition. I think it's really, really valuable to have the engagement of our community and bring forward citizens petitions. I would ask in the future if some preparatory material can be provided to the board so that we can, do some pre-reading, right? Other than a single line that we want changed in our charter, I'd really ask any future petitioners to do so. I know that's been part of other citizens' positions, so that would just be not a request to you, right? It's too late, but just any future. I think now I just lost my train of thought. I apologize. It's been a long day. So yeah, if it comes back to me, I'll ask the question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, if there's nobody else of the board, we will go to Mr. Mizikar.
No, my only
Through the chair, I'm not.
Well, no, I only one comment just because of that, and I would have been happy to do that if somebody told me to. I mean, it is one of my frustrations that you try to get involved, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I'm kind of, I don't think a lot of people in town do. We don't know all the processes and procedures if you're not that involved, and as you start getting involved, it is a little bit of a struggle. And, I didn't want to put a presentation together because I felt like just dialogue was better for this. So if I would have known you wanted some of this background information, I would have happy to present it, but nobody really kind of told me to do that.
Committee
So I
generally
apologize.
get information prior to the meeting.
Yeah.
And we do our homework prior to coming
Yeah.
to this meeting.
Yeah.
So in future, I understand what you're saying, but in
Yeah.
future, it would be really great
Yeah.
if you could provide that information. Now we can go on to Mr. Mizikar.
Great, thank you. So I have prepared some slides and I do want to go through them, but I just want to follow up on a couple of things that I'd like to clarify from Mr. Richards' comments. And I think Mr. Richards, I commend him for doing the research that he's done, and I have enjoyed, I didn't think I was going to enjoy any part of this article, to be honest with you, but I've enjoyed this dialogue, Mr. Remington's comments. So one thing, Mr. Richard mentioned that, that I have a vision. I have a vision for this town, but I work for the select board, and I am not a policy setting authority As was previously mentioned, I'm an at-will employee. I certainly have an employment agreement with the town of Shrewsbury, but I'm an at-will employee, and I do not have a vision that I self-impose upon the town. The select board is the policy-setting authority for this community. They are the elected chief executive officer, and I am an appointed chief administrative officer, which means I carry out policy, and the select board, who is directly elected, establishes the policy for the community. I work diligently on behalf of residents at the broadest scope every day. I just want to mention that I'm a member of the International City County Management Association, and we follow a 12-tenet guide of ethics. I encourage anyone to read it because I think it's one of the most impressive professional ethical documents that exists. Let me just handle two other comments. Mr. Richards mentioned that 80% of the planning board is from the development of community. I disagree with that. I can name the planning board members and understand their backgrounds. Some of them certainly are. And you know, one of them's an attorney within a law firm that does a lot of development work. One of them is at a nonprofit public development corporation. One of them is within the building trades industry. The other two have worked in government their entire careers. So I don't think the 80% number is correct. There may be things on individuals' resumes that, or online that Mr. Richards knows better than I from his research, but I don't think 80% or 4 out of the 5 members is accurate. My final comment before I get into my slides is just the comments with regards to 70% of communities have it, so therefore that must be the best approach. My understanding and experience in local government in Massachusetts provides that the vast majority of communities have failed to take proper control of their own charter and governance, and they've defaulted to the general laws of the Commonwealth and established a patchwork of bylaws or acceptances of state statutes. And that's why the majority of the communities have elected planning boards, because that's a simple approach to take. Municipalities in the Commonwealth have had the option to self-governance through the home rule for almost 50 years at this point. Many communities still don't even have a charter that they work from. They have a patchwork of the general laws that they rely upon for their executive and legislative functions of their community. So I would say it's more of a default than an intentional approach. But Shrewsbury is on the opposite end of that spectrum. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the background on Shrewsbury's form of government. I don't want to bore anyone. It's quite exciting to me. But I think it's really important for this conversation to put it all into place and for folks to understand. So Shrewsbury certainly was an early adopter of local government reform in comparison to most other cities and towns in Massachusetts. Shrewsbury was among a handful of communities, including Danvers, Needham, Dedham, Arlington, and Andover, that moved away from elected officials in positions with executive and administrative responsibilities to appointed professionally run local governments in the early 1950s. This was nearly 2 decades before the home rule was granted in Massachusetts. While Shrewsbury was an early adopter in comparison to municipalities in other states, Massachusetts far lagged behind communities across the country, with many communities establishing town manager positions in the 1908 to 1920 timeframe. Regardless of location, this area of local government reform targeted the use of nonpartisan professionals for improving efficiency and reducing political influence in municipal operations. So I want to take a few minutes to talk about how we got to where we are here in Shrewsbury. So ironically, and I think very appropriately at the same time, the Finance Committee was the driving force behind local government reform in the 1950s. This committee was, from my research, was concerned with 2 key areas of the government. That was participation in open town meeting was declining. They're very concerned that the attendance levels did not appropriately reflect the growing community. And the second being the complexity of operations, then $1 million annual budget, was growing in complexity that was beyond the ability of a siloed elected offices with no central management to coordinate the work. So what are the outcomes that were produced? They are right up there on the screen. There was a town government study committee that was formed, and yeah, that's fine. So these are the outcomes here. There's two pieces of special legislation that collectively make up our governance structure of the community. There was an act to establish limited town meetings, which we all know is representative town meeting with 240 elected officials that we still have today. That's Chapter 553 of the Acts of 1953. And then at the same time, there was an act establishing the selectman town manager form of government. That's Chapter 559 of the Acts of 1953. So the Selectman Town Manager Act details the executive branch of the town and significantly shifted the nature of positions, reducing elected positions and establishing appointed positions. So this is what the town's government study literally hand drew up and sent out to the voters in 1953. And thank you to all the town staff that have preceded us that have maintained these materials that we get to look upon. So before enactment, you'll see here at the top of the screen, you'll notice about 3/4 of the way down the page, you'll see the term selectmen. Everything above that line, that horizontal line above them, including the select board, were all the elected officials. There was 15 elected bodies or individuals within the town. And they were responsible for the appointment of staff that was associated with the work that they were elected to do. So you'll see a lot of little numbers on the chart. If the number's inside the circle or bubble, that represents the number of staff or the number of appointed staff, and the little numbers outside of the rectangles and circles are the number of elected officials that were in charge of the various aspects of the operation of the town. So you'll also note there's no town manager position, and the town manager was obviously created with the Selectman Town Manager Act. There was only 3 selectmen, and they appointed directly 16 different departments, all the employees within the departments, and that's what's on the bottom third of the screen there. So this was the result. It says proposed there, but this indeed was adopted. You'll see here that there's now 7 elected bodies or individual elected offices. The selectmen appointed 8 groups down from 16 groups. And the manager appoints positions responsible for executing executive responsibilities of the town. So this model, like many other models that were developed across the country and the Commonwealth, combines a strong political leadership of elected officials with the select board and a strong professional experience of an appointed local government manager. Executive power is concentrated in an elected select board, which hires a professional manager to implement policies. As I previously said, the town manager position serves at the pleasure of the select board and has responsibility for a variety of things, including preparing the budget and all day-to-day operations. It is a policy advisor to the select board, but can set no policy for the execution of town operations. This is where we sit today, literally. Sorry it's so hard to see, but we've grown from that $1 million budget, in case you didn't know. Spent about $200 million in our fiduciaries on behalf of the town to carry out the vision of the select board and work for the community. You'll see that we've gone down 2 additional elected bodies because the treasurer collector in 1960 and the town clerk in 2006 moved from elected positions to appointed positions, further reforming the executive function in the continued direction. So a couple comments on this system of governance. Overall, with regards to the executive, the select board is elected with broad general executive powers. There's an elected school committee with specialized focused executive power for public education. There's elected library trustees that specialize focused executive power. With an elected select board, elected central executive, this amplifies the power of voters through the consolidation of accountability to the board of the operations of the entire local government, the municipal side of the house. Of course, I also want to just touch briefly again on the legislative side. We have an elected moderator who manages the proceedings of town meeting and makes appointments to the personnel board. and to the Finance Committee. And then we, of course, have elected representative town meeting holding all traditional legislative authority. The municipal executive powers are further balanced between the select board and the town manager. We share responsibilities. That balance comes from responsiveness to public priorities through directly elected accountable select board, one body rather than 11 different bodies that need to be elected. Voters know who to hold accountable, and those who are held accountable have control over their responsibilities. The town manager, again, provides professional technical expertise over public policy responsiveness and advice along with day-to-day management. So just to summarize again, Shrewsbury was an early adopter and continued progression towards stable, responsive local government management. I think this has provided exceptional results. There are delineated responsibilities for all officials and a clear accountability to voters throughout the community. So I'll just take a couple minutes and give my opinion on characteristics of elected and appointed officials. Certainly every community and government needs to make these decisions on their own. When deciding whether local government officials should be elected or appointed, communities need to evaluate several considerations, and I'll touch on a few of them. Elected officials are directly accountable to voters, which arguably makes them more attuned to public priorities, and this is especially valued for roles influencing significant policy decisions like select board members or school committee members, as elections ensure those officials reflect community values and concerns. However, for roles requiring technical expertise over policy responsiveness, appointments prevent the influence of popular opinion on specialized duties and support a more consistent application and a broader broader public good. When it comes to one other point, appointments certainly can ensure continuity and stability when filling particularly complex roles that benefit from consistency. For instance, appointing officials can allow for strategic long-term planning without disruption from election cycles. Conversely, elections may politicize technical roles, slowing decision-making processes and complicating functions. A couple often cited principles for appointed positions rather than elected: limitations on policy making responsibilities, primarily performing responsibility that is guided by law and regulation, and requiring specialized qualifications to perform the functions of the position. Again, I just want to reiterate, there's certainly a balance that the community needs to find. Both roles are critical to the success of a local government. Public engagement and responsibility is a responsibility of appointed positions, just as technical knowledge of elected officials leads to better outcomes for the community. Therefore, communities must assess these factors against their unique needs. I'll now turn to the planning board itself. So how do I make appointments to the planning board? And what do I think about? I believe the responsibilities, first and foremost, of the planning board that I just laid out favor their appointment by the town manager rather than an election at large. Appointment by the town manager provides several advantages that support effective land use and effective land use management and community development. Appointment allows for the town manager to select members with appropriate specialized knowledge associated with the responsibilities of the planning board. It leads to intentional diversity with appointments. The town manager can intentionally create a diverse group who provide broad perspectives that result in a balanced approach to carrying out their responsibilities. There's limited policy-making ability. Appointed boards are more insulated from political pressures than elected boards, which may be subject to campaign influences and other short-term voter demands. This independence helps planning boards maintain a long-term view and make decisions that serve the community's broader and future-oriented goals. Planning boards with appointed members are better positioned to uphold regulatory standards without pressure to appease voters on conscientious zoning or development issues. Policy for planning board. Planning and development within the town of Shrewsbury, has been previously discussed, is done by town meeting. It is not done by the planning board. They certainly can influence and play a key role in it, but they are asked to and do abide by the guidelines and bylaws set through town meeting. In sum, I believe appointing planning board members can enhance the board's effectiveness by fostering a balanced mix of professional expertise, sector representation, stability, and independence from political cycles. This approach enables planning boards to support the mandates of the zoning bylaw and associated strategic objectives of the community. So how do I make appointments? It's quite clear for me. Section 3 of the Town Manager Act, subsection D, says the town manager shall appoint upon merit and fitness alone, and that's what I do. How would one become a planning board member? They simply need to fill out a form and submit a resume whenever there's an office. I post all positions when they're available, even if there is an incumbent who seeks reappointment to those positions. I'm committed to meeting all applicants who apply to be appointed. Therefore, the first time someone applies for an appointment, I interview them. If they're not appointed the first time, I may not always interview them for any subsequent applications, but I often do. Interviews are normally conducted with a lead staff member, the department head that supports the board. For the planning board specifically, I consider the background of individuals as it relates to the requirements of the planning board, the skill sets of other sitting members, and the needs of the board generally. I'll talk about the planning board appointments here. There are 6 planning board members, just so everyone knows. There's 5 full members and 1 associate member that serves to participate during special permit applications if one of the 5 full members is conflicted or unable to attend. The 5 full members serve 5-year terms, and the associate member serves a 1-year term. Since becoming town manager in 2017, I've appointed 8 individuals to the planning board. There were 37 applicants, 26 unique individuals for those 8 appointments, averaging nearly 5 applicants for every advertised opening. There were multiple candidates for every vacancy that I have appointed to, except for June 2020 during the height of the pandemic, whenever there was only 1 applicant of the incumbent, who was the incumbent. I certainly appoint other boards and committees as well. I appoint 11 standing boards and committees and commissions in their entirety, appoint 1 member to 1 other standing committee and 1 individual to an ad hoc committee. One other thing that I think is important when considering the planning board and their appointment, there's a balance that exists in the town between the coordination of the planning board and the zoning board of appeals. Further, the vision that was set up in our governance structure provides that the ZBA is appointed by the select board and I appoint the planning board. Both bodies may interact on complex projects requiring multiple permits, such as large developments needing both site plan approval from the planning board and special permits or variances from the ZBA. This is my final section, and I appreciate everyone's patience. I just want to reiterate, town meeting is the policy setting authority that exists within this town. Many of the things that were pointed out as concerns are all able to be done today, regardless of the fact that the board is appointed. There's no difference in powers. Town meeting still serves as the policy setting body. And the appointed planning board and myself and the planner, the assistant town managers and the entire team and the select board make ourselves available to hear concerns of residents and take action upon them. I understand Mr. Richards' comments about recently developers coming and having articles heard before town meeting. That process is very similar to this one, which is debated entirely throughout at the planning board through public hearings, at finance committee, and still duly considered and brought forth and considered by the town meeting that's sitting then. I think it's ill-advised to look to alter our form of government because some recent outcomes have not been preferable to some residents, and I respect their opinions. I do feel that the planning board has worked within the confines of the zoning bylaw and has made appropriate decisions. Maintaining the integrity of the system is more important than reacting to some temporary discontent, but we'll continue to listen and always work to make adjustments to the bylaws to meet the needs of the residents. This system has been in place since 1954 for 70 years, and I challenge anyone to find a community that has thrived better than Shrewsbury over this time frame. It takes a thoughtful, well-balanced entire system to produce these outcomes, and I don't think this change is minor in nature. I think it is significant. Just two other points, and with all due respect to all the petitioners and the lead petitioner who have submitted the article, I think there are two critical areas that I need to advise the Finance Committee on. I think this article fails to properly warn and call upon town meeting to take the necessary actions to change how the planning board is selected in Shrewsbury. As stated at the beginning, our form of government is established through two special acts, not through our general bylaws, and the legislature must specifically be called upon by town meeting to take action to amend the special legislation. With regards to the substance of the article, I think there are two critical areas that are missing. The article as proposed identifies all critical components to change the planning board to an elected body. Does not identify all the critical components to change the planning board to an elected body. Chief among the critical components are the number of members of the body and the term of office that the members would hold. Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 81A and B provides a range of options for municipalities whenever placing planning boards, and this article should have clearly defined those items. Warrant articles as drafted and included in the signed warrant must adequately warn residents and town meeting of the scope of the action to be taken, and there are critical components that I don't feel included in this proposal, and I feel that they leave the article ineffective. Again, that is no disrespect to any of the proponents of the article, and I call upon the planning board nonetheless, while these two final items seem to be fatal flaws procedurally, I call upon you, the Finance Committee, to consider both the historical aspects of your committee's work and your knowledge of this complex system of governments that produces exceptional outcomes for our communities, and ask that you not recommend the adoption of this petition solely because it is not in the best interest of the governance. Thank you for your opportunity and listening to me.
Thank you, Kevin. Any questions for Mr. Mizikar from the committee?
Just one. I just want to clarify and make sure, right? Any citizen, anybody can bring forward a recommendation and work with the town planner and the planning board on zoning changes. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
So if there are members of the community that aren't happy with our zoning laws, they're more than welcome to come forward and work with you and make recommendations to bring to town meeting to change the zoning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
We'd
Thank
be
you.
happy to work on the formation of that and provide our advice and work through the process.
I think if I can make one other comment, I finally remembered, so thank you for your patience. At several of our finance committee meetings, there's been several comments that there's too many zoning changes brought to town meeting at any given time, and so I think asking for even more zoning changes that would be coming is maybe something that wasn't feedback that I'd heard coming out of finance committee or town meeting. So I don't know that that's actually a positive if that's the desire of an elected planning board to have even more zoning changes brought to town meeting. So that would just kind of be my feedback based on things I've heard being part of town meeting and all of these public hearings on the finance committee. So. And I will say, I disagreed with some of that. I thought we should, be thoughtful about our zoning and update it and improve it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Jim, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just want to, I'm not sure who to even direct this towards. Kevin, you would mention it has a few flaws. The article itself. Can you talk a little bit about how it came to your attention? How it's, I know as a citizen's petition, are they guided on how to, getting back to Mr. Richards' point earlier, that they're kind of coming in blind? Is it all on them to?
When citizens reach out in advance of submitting petition, we provide support to them.
Mm-hmm.
I was not requested to provide any support for this article.
And last question quickly, I think,
Sure.
Mr. Richards, you had said you were representing a series of people.
Yeah.
Was that all documented in the petition?
Well, any citizen's petition requires signatures, and the one thing about a special, just as a reminder, right, for annual town meeting, the threshold's very low. 10 signatures, you get a citizen's petition. Special town meetings, much higher threshold, 100. So there's 184 people who signed the petition, which would be over the threshold to pass the town meeting if they were all town meeting members. So there was, when I say representing that, I represent anybody who signed the petition in
Understood.
favor of it.
Okay, so you had 184.
184 were submitted.
Thank you.
If there are no more other questions from the committee, I'll allow Mr.
Yeah,
Richard.
I just want to make
give a
a
recap.
couple comments to Mr. Mizakar's comments. Just regarding the town meeting, I understand, right, that that's where it goes. But in practice, okay, articles to town meeting through citizens petition are often looked down upon. Most of the time, I should say, and there's a few, but to bring a zoning article, let's say for change, through a citizens petition to town meeting is more difficult. The planning board, throughout this process, right, planning board makes recommendations to town, for articles of zoning, and then those typically go to town meeting. The perceived power of the planning board, as far as if they're making a recommendation for an article, town meeting typically takes that under higher advisement. So, while I understand town meeting technically, right, is the planning and development policy setting, they're being guided heavily by that planning board. So what the planning board decides to bring through the planning department to town meeting, right, and how they do that, I think has a very high weight at town meeting. The town meeting is not analyzing, to your point today, right? You mentioned, hey, I want to get, I'd like to see some research and information, right? So there's not a lot of town meeting members who go through, right? And I think, Dennis, you've commented this on the past, to spend the time and effort to go through all articles in detail and fully understand them. There's few people who do, right? Those are the type of people who are going to go out of their way and raise their hand and run. Those are the type of people we want, right, on committees. We want to represent us, not only through appointments, but also through elected positions, right? That's the type of people we want. So I think, well, I understand technically that's how it happens. The odds of me personally going to Mr. McGoldrick or Mr. Mizikar and saying, I think we should change from as of right to special permit on this and bring it through citizens petition. It's not going to be recommended by the planning board, and then thus at town meeting, it's going to be hard to pass. So having that influence as an elected person in the planning board to bring those, having higher weight to town meeting, I think is a much more likely scenario affecting the change that we're ultimately trying to do. So I think that was the big piece on that one. And I do, and then Kevin, this is, on the 80% comment, are you talking about the new board or the old makeup of the board?
The sitting board right now.
Okay. Yeah, maybe that, but that's okay. I mean, I think there is development mindset there. It's just a minor comment there. Just didn't know that. So I think that's fundamentally it to my comments. I mean, obviously, I did not understand when I put this forth the architecture from 1953, that of how the town is structured.
Not sure,
right?
but Kevin did.
Right. And I don't know, I try to figure out a way, I applaud him for finding that, pulling that out.
They
But,
didn't have PowerPoint in those days.
But I think just another comment too, and I mentioned this actually to Mr. Mizikar in conversations, is it is difficult, right, as a resident to fully understand it, and I kind of anticipated, because I'm not an expert when it comes to looking at bylaws and saying, how exactly do I have to change this to make this crafted properly? And some of it was based on time. Yes, could I have said, okay, I'm going to come sit down with Mr. Mizikar, I'm going to write this whole thing up, and I'm going to get it out there. But there was a process that was followed through others, and the timing situation that said, well, I don't necessarily know I have time because I have to get all these signatures. I got to get over 100, and there's a threshold. So, yeah, I guess hindsight looking back on that. But, my opinion and a comment is, these things are aware, and I know that there's opinions on whether this should move forward or not, and how much proactive help. I'm not, because I really say, I've had very good conversations with Mr. Mizikar. I really do. I respect him, and I'm not disagreeing with, anything that he's saying here. And I don't think, the other comment I do want to make, I don't believe the planning board's ever made a decision that is not lawful or made it for a certain reason. I never said that. I mean, and I don't think that was implied, but they're going to follow the law regardless, is my point. The reason those appointments have a mindset of not changing and bringing forth zoning bylaws to be able to make different decisions. They've made decisions that they had to based off how things were structured, right? But this change may allow those types of zoning changes that would allow certain projects, right, to not be approved I think is only probably going to come through the process of moving to an elected board.
If there are no other comments, I'd like to open it up to the public committee, to the public. Any questions or comments further? If not, I open it up to the public. Mr. Zikas, I'll give you 1 to 2 minutes, please.
I'd like to applaud Mr. Richards. It's really, really hard.
Sir, you have to introduce yourself first.
What's that?
You have to
Paul
introduce
Zikas,
yourself again.
1 Beaver Drive. It's hard to bring a citizen's petition, as you guys said, and there's a lot of challenges with it. And largely, you're typically bringing it to town hall because you disagree with something that town hall agrees with. And you need to rely on the officials at town hall to assist you through that process. So there's automatically a challenge there. So thank you for doing that. Mr. Flynn indicated the example on the warehouse project as being the only example that Mr. Richards mentioned, but there is another one, and that, of course, is Beal and the approval of the Beal Commons, where it's kind of this unique dynamic where you have this appointed planning board appointed by the town manager, but the town manager and or assistant town manager are sitting at the table with the planning board during the hearing, while the appointed, those who appoint and retain the town manager, in most instances at every planning board hearing on Beal, a majority of the select board was in the audience. So while I can appreciate the chair's perspective that somehow an elected board could create chaos, but it wasn't, an elected board, quite frankly, wouldn't be any less political than proponents of Beal, who are the elected officials, sitting in the audience, and Mr. Mizikar sitting at the table with the planning board. And that was really an awkward set of circumstances. Just the pure optics of it are
Mr. Zikos,
bad.
let's not take names. Let's keep it functional.
What's
In
that?
terms of the town manager or all that, let's not take names of who was in the audience and all that. You can talk it from the structural perspective.
but
The town manager was there or the select board was in the audience, but let's not take names, please.
What do you mean, take names?
I'd like to keep it objective, please.
This is
Yeah.
factual.
Yeah, I understand, but
This
let's
is
keep it objective.
factual.
That's my request. You keep it objective. Thank you.
So getting the community engagement that you're looking for is very difficult under that set of circumstances with so many eyes on you. I mean, people are, it's a challenge to get up and speak, simply because the intensity of that. So the perspective of electeds in Shrewsbury is community engagement, more community engagement, more community engagement. What a great way to engage more people in elective politics, in elective office. And I think the numbers show that there are many people who are interested in the position. So let them run for it, because I think what we're lacking is a diversity of perspectives. Because nobody gets appointed to the planning board that previously disagreed with the town manager. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't work that way. So there's lots of good candidates this round that applied, but for various reasons, they weren't chosen. They're not my reasons. But the reality is, I think it's very difficult if you have any diversity of ideas or opposing perspectives to get that appointment. And I respectfully disagree that it's ill-advised to alter the government. When it's not working, then it's worthy of consideration. Ultimately, it'll be town meeting's decision. But I think the temporary discontent that was referenced earlier isn't temporary. Because when it happens over and over again and people feel shut out of the process, and they're told at one hearing you'll be able to talk, at the next hearing you'll be able to talk, or you limit your to 1 minute or 2 minutes, or that's enough for that person, let's hear from somebody new. These are people who are going to be impacted by this for the rest of their lives. At the center of town, we have people who have lived there for 30 or 40 years. This isn't temporary discontent. This is an uprooting of their family homestead. So I think it's something that is worthy of the consideration, and I think there'd be adequate people who would seek these positions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ziegler.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Yes, ma'am, please.
Natalie Cord and Gregg, 181 Maple Avenue, Shrewsbury. I am an appointed personnel board member for the town of Shrewsbury, and I just want to make two comments. One, back in 1999, I owned a Novell networking firm, and we specifically worked with municipalities. And at that time, the only ones who prepared for Y2K were self-governed towns. The rest did not prepare. So that's just a fact I can document for you and give to you. But I had the contract for all Massachusetts towns that had Novell networks, and they were the only ones who had actually prepared for Y2K. The second fact is that I am a fiercely private person. I don't even like standing here. But over the past 2 years, in my position, I have added some significant what I believe are significant contributions. One you will hear about tonight in Article 5, to the town. I would never run for an elected position. And I believe there are other people who would never run for an elected position. And I think that's a comment that has not been made yet and is worthy of adding to the thought process. I believe diversity of thought also includes introverts. So I believe that it is important to say that if you have the appointments removed, then you are depriving yourselves of people who can contribute great expertise to the town that would not otherwise be willing to be part of town government. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who would like to speak? Yes, sir, Mr. Ventura. 1 to 2 minutes, please.
Tony Bonaventura, 120 Howe Ave. I actually agree with some of her thoughts. I suggested in the past I'd love to see a hybrid model where somebody is brought in either out of the hat or by choice, and then others are elected, like some type of hybrid. I know it's not common, but that would be the ultimate. Then you have the best of both worlds. But anyways, just watching over the years, being involved with boards, seeing the election process, I really don't think long-term that this is going to have a major impact on the planning board as far as who would tend to sit on it. Things will wash out. There has been some interest. That's good. Hopefully there still is. But I think that you won't see a significant difference, whether it's elected or appointed. But it does give the perception of access. Well, it actually gives you access, but it also gives that perception of access. And with absolutely no elected people, that's not the case today. I just wanted to mention skill sets has been brought up. And the towns that were spoken about are towns that have a paid planner. And in every meeting I've been to or attended, they heavily rely on that. We pay a professional to be there to give advice. We have other professionals, traffic professionals, and all types of professionals. So a little diversity of skill sets is actually good, and there's plenty of people to rely on through that process. So I don't see that as a significant problem. Not that I think anybody who has an interest in that position will most likely have some type of a skill set that would be helpful to the process, especially maybe some creativity. There was a member that brought up some of the comparison to federal government and the whole the appointing process and all of that through the chair, but it's just general. I would just like to point out that those same forefathers who set up that system actually set up the system that we're a part of right here. And this is exactly what we're doing. We are using that exact system and the ability to make those changes when we think it needs to be made through the process that was set up by those forefathers. So, we can have opinions on it, but I think that we are definitely actually following that process right down through into this little situation here. So that's just a comment. I don't know, through the chair, if there's any comment on that, or?
When you're done.
Okay, thanks. As far as the presentation from the town manager, I actually would have, we talk about how, through a few steps, there is an election, which appoints these planning board members, by selecting the town manager, and then the town manager selects the planning board members. So I would have rather heard from a select board member tonight with that presentation than the person who is chosen by the select board. If that's the process that we're following, that it's actually an elected person, and then they appoint somebody. They appoint the town manager, who then appoints the planning board. And then there's one technical question, but before I ask that, the finance committee, we kind of think of that as financial. I think when recommendations are made to town meeting members, we think of the on a the financial input, because I think most people assume that that's your role. You're looking at numbers, you're seeing how it weighs out. So is there any concern with finances in doing it this way? Is that a concern of the?
I didn't understand the question.
So we think of the finance committee as being concerned with the budget and the finances.
Right.
Is there a concern in the change of from appointed to?
We would have deliberations after this. Right
Okay.
now, we're taking inputs.
So
And
there's no
we-
pre-thoughts or
yeah.
anything
No.
regarding that? Okay. 'Cause I don't really see any financial issues, so it kind of feels like it's more of an opinion, and I'm not really sure how that works through the finance committee, because it does hold weight at a town meeting, and it seems to me like it's just more of an opinion, not so much related to financials.
We try to take facts in as part of this process. We're taking in facts, then we deliberate
Right.
and make a decision. We vote on that.
Okay.
So it's not opinions. It's basically based on the information that we get, the information from members of the public like you in the town manager's office. We deliberate and we come to a decision.
So if when you make your recommendations, if somebody could comment a little bit about that, just to clarify that it's more opinion-based than financial-based.
I don't think that's part of the process. We just do a vote. We don't publish. It's all recorded, so if somebody wants to see it, they can see it in the recording.
It's just, I'm just asking for that.
Yeah, those
If
deliberations
nobody
will
wants to
happen.
comment on that, that's
Yeah.
fine. I'm
We'll
asking.
definitely address that in our deliberations, and it'll be on record
Okay.
for people to see.
I have been through, I've only recently got involved in issues in the town. I was born and raised here, spent, 25 years.
Mr. Ventura, we have to really speed up, so if you could.
But I just want to give a little context. So the reason that I've gotten involved is, a couple of issues concerned me, and one of them was the bail process and amount of, I don't really have a dog in the fight, so to speak. I don't live near there. But I did see the amount of residents that showed up, and I saw the ability to lean a little bit to the residents, and I didn't see that reflected in the decision. So that was the first planning board process meeting that kind of raised my awareness and wondering why have all those hearings if there's, you could still approve, but just kind of take into account a little bit about of what the people had to say, and I didn't see that. So finally, the technical question. I heard the town manager say there's some issues with the substance of the article, the form of the article. So if that's the case, through the chair, of course, are there any recommended amendments that the town manager could supply to you and also to the residents or to the town meeting members through you first, because it's important? Are there any amendments that would clean that up, suggested amendments that would clean that up and help the residents through that process?
Mr. Mizikar?
So you can't amend a warrant article. You can amend a motion, but the motion has to be within the confines of the published warrant article. This is my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. I think the fact that the term of office and number of members was not included in the scope of the article that was published and approved on the signed warrant. I don't think, even if you made a motion to include those in it, that once this is reviewed, externally from the town, because special legislation needs approval by the general court, the House and the Senate, as I know you know. It has to be reviewed by their attorneys. So I think so you have to read the warrant article, and then town meeting is allowed to take action within the confines that the residents were warned, right? That's warn. So I don't think there is a procedural way to overcome the fact that those two key provisions were left out. However, I'm more than willing to meet with the lead petitioner to, help support a warrant motion to be crafted that would include it. I don't think it would be effective if you did it. My opinion.
You think it would be, through the chair, do you think that would be negative? Would it, in your opinion, would it hurt the petition or help the petition if you try to add a motion?
Well, what I was saying is I don't think it would be accepted by the state either way.
Either way. So you don't think it would help or hurt? You just think it's not going to be accepted?
Well, correct. That is correct.
Okay. But there is again, one just went through the chairs, but there is a way to craft it, obviously, that it would be accepted.
A warrant article, of course. Yes, at a future meeting.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
So just as a process, there could be another citizen's petition and through the chair with those corrections and call, say, a special town meeting for that one item. That's a possible route.
It's available under the governance structure of the town.
All right. I think,
Could you provide your closing now, Mr. Ventura? We have to move on.
yeah, I don't know about the technicalities of the structure of the article, but I am in favor of it because I do think that it does allow, we talk about inclusiveness, we talk about engagement. I mean, what better way to do it? I think in the long run, you're not going to see a significant difference. There are professionals there. I think most people will have some qualifications if they're interested in that type of a position, and maybe a little bit more varying qualifications, which might be helpful. Earlier, we were talking about class sizes, and I know that I've always learned a lot from other people's questions, so I think planning board members might. I would, through the chair, I think that, you wanted to say something?
Mister, I give you 45 seconds.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so in my comments, I don't believe said or implied that citizens should not take all the rights and exercise them to the full extent. And I'm glad that there's citizen petitions, people are doing that. I never made a comment about that. All my comments are about the points that he made.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah, while that conversation was going back and forth, I just, wanted to clarify that, that same process federally kind of trickles down, I guess you could call it, to the town government, which kind of has us in here for specific reasons. Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you,
for
Mr.
opinions. Thank you.
I'll give one more person a chance to speak from the public, otherwise we'll have to move on. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, Mr. Penny.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Patrick Pitney, 137 Floral Street, Precinct 5. Just wanted to comment, Mr. Bonaventura seemed to indicate he was questioning why you were considering an article that was not financial. Excuse me. And as a former member of the Finance Committee, I spent 9 years on it too as chair. Just wanted to let Mr. Bonaventura know that it is the charge and the duty of the Finance Committee to consider any and all articles that come before the Finance Committee for town meeting, and that you consider them and make a recommendation on those. So I wanted to thank you for the time you put in and for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penny.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very well, we shall now move on to Article number 6. Yes, so funding for the MFOC project, Town Manager's Office.
Thank you, Finance Committee members. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this article is seeking funding for the Municipal Facilities Optimization Committee project. So a little bit of history here. The Municipal Facilities Optimization Committee established by the Select Board to address critical space and repair needs at 205, 211 South Street and Town Hall, this building that we're in now. So demonstrating some foresight, the Select Board allocated ARPA funds to support a feasibility study and conceptual design, emphasizing a commitment to fiscal responsibility and long-term planning. The DPW facilities at South Street are the most deteriorated and undersized of all town facilities, ensuring effective service delivery for residents and businesses, and impacting our ability to support our dedicated employees. The committee's charge included evaluating options for the repair, renovation, expansion, or replacement of these facilities. Additionally, the committee is tasked with finding ways to alleviate space constraints at Town Hall, where insufficient room has impacted both public service and staff accommodations. By integrating DPW functions currently at Town Hall into the South Street site, the plan promotes operational efficiency and improves resident access to services across all town departments. The recommendation emphasizes energy efficiency and sustainability, with the replacement and upgrades prioritized over costly renovations, ensuring a fiscally responsible approach to the town's present and future needs. In this next phase, we'll focus on advancing the design of the DPW campus while also addressing critical needs at Town Hall. This includes developing efficient mechanical and life safety systems, ensuring full accessibility, and thoughtfully programming the space to better serve residents and support the work of town departments and staff. Through this article, we were requesting that town meeting appropriate funds to complete 60% design documents for both locations. This phase will refine project details and the budget, preparing us for a full funding request at the spring town meeting. Can you go to 2 slides? Yep, so this is the conceptual design of the South Street. And then moving on to the next slide, this article, Article 6 is a $2 million request to fund the owner's project manager, designer, construction manager at risk through the 60% design process. This level of design is the industry standard for confirming project budgets and program requirements. The slide that's up here has a breakdown of the cost. You'll see the total cost of the project is $32.5 million, but we're focusing on the $2 million that's requested in this article. The majority of that cost is for the design, which is about $1.49 million, and about $200,000 for the owner's project manager, and $224,000 for the construction manager at risk pre-construction fee. As stated in the article language, this will be funded with $363,236 of previously borrowed funds from the police station. These are funds that are already borrowed and we have on hand. And with the balance of that, approximately $1,636,764 from free cash. Happy to answer any questions that you have about the project or the funding.
Any questions for Mr. Ballinger? Yes, David.
So I walked through, I think it's a great project, I think it needs to happen. But, so this is just for the design work.
Correct.
And then in the next one, there's the $16 million from the public works, so you're gonna ask to borrow that from the town meeting?
You wanna take that, Dave?
I'm just getting my notes ready. There would be a couple different funding sources and options. If town meeting approves the funding for this design and we move forward and it's a project that is considered by town meeting. In total, the project would be looking at about $32.5 million broken out between DPW and Town Hall. Mr. Baldinger did identify that there is about $10.8 million that would be funded through the general fund, and the remaining balance would be funded through the utilities. And their rate structures have been reviewed to be able to have funding on hand for these projects. As we have a couple options through the general fund to fund this. There is about, I think I was trying to find the exact number and I was failing to find it, but about $1.2 million worth of debt rolling off the levy over the next 2 years, I think by FY27. So there's an opportunity to maintain the tax levy without increasing the tax bill through a debt exclusion. One way to fund this. If that helps answer the question.
Yeah, so if I may follow up. So in I think it's 2023, utility rates were able to increase, and part of that was because they needed the money and to fund some projects. And then last year, we voted for $18 million borrowing for the PFAS system. So I'm just trying to figure out, is this from the 5% raise, you're getting enough money to pay for this, or is this another borrowing? I'm just trying to figure out where the money's coming from.
Oh, that's a great question. They are separate questions. But the PFAS borrowing was a borrowing authorization through the Clean Water Trust through the state. It's a separate borrowing. And we have designed a rate structure for both the, that would be the water utility, to pay the debt service associated with that. As we plan the utility rates, we do look out 5 or so more years to ensure that we have the capability to bring on debt as needed. So both the water and sewer utility rates are designed to increase a smaller amount year over year as opposed to a larger amount every 10 years to allow for projects like this to come on. So the debt would roll on if this project were to move forward. The first debt payment would be January 26, I believe, timeframe, and that would be when the debt would roll on to those utilities. And at this point in time, they have the capability to absorb that.
Okay. So the rate increases will pay for their side of it, and then the debt exclusion you want passed will pay for the rest of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the committee?
If I may, just
Yes,
a
Diana.
quick comment. I understand we're trying to optimize our borrowing and things like that, and if we have money left over from one project, we kind of roll it onto the next project. But I do think, it doesn't feel great, right? When we said this money is going to the police station, we didn't spend it all, now I want to put it here. So I just think that that's not what we voted for. I understand that, you know, the interest rates and things like this is actually the most fiscally responsible way to do it. So I respect that, but I do just want to call that out and let us be thoughtful about that, about saying, you know, yes, we know that we voted for this project, but we want to do it this way because it would actually cost us a lot more money if we did it another way and did a different way of funding it. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I just follow
Sure,
up on that,
please.
just to make sure everyone's aware? So when we borrow money for a particular project, we often have contingencies and we try not to overexpend. So the contingencies give us a little bit of flexibility for things that weren't seen, designed, things like that. So that's what this $363,000 is. So that's money that's already in our bank accounts that we've borrowed through the open market. We can't give it back and like lower the debt. And we're only allowed to spend it on a project that has the same level of capital investment. That is, that can be borrowed for under a like period of time. So when we finish a project and we come under budget, this is our only option for using those funds, is another similar project. We try to make it it's two things, right? We try to ask for the right amount of money at the beginning, and we try to save as much money throughout the course of the project to turn it back. We never try to overborrow to start the next project. The total borrowing for the police station was well over 35 million, and we turned back to 360,000. So this is the only way we can use that money. It can't be used for any other purpose.
If my memory is correct, we had a similar situation on the Beale School project as well.
Yeah, Bill, we actually turned it back a lot more money. The project came in much further under budget, despite the fact that we only, borrowed 90% up front. We didn't even spend 90% of the,
Right.
cost estimate. So, yeah.
Through the chair, Mr. Scott. Basically, we are still voting to move this money here. If you can't just move it, we have to, at town meeting, say, yep, we want to use this surplus money, however we want to say it, for this project. We could told against the project because we didn't like moving that money and move on.
100%, yeah.
And it is, I think as long as we disclose that how the money's got there, I think it's fine. But it was, I mean, I understand what you're talking about.
Yep, I do.
Any other questions from Brian?
When is the last time anything was even done to the DPW facility? I think we've all driven by and through to drop a brown bag off, and you take us around the whole building to see how much attention is needed, so just...
So the highway garage, the large building, 1978.
Yeah.
That's when it was built, for $650,000 federal grant, by the way. And the water and sewer garage, it had a renovation in 1978, because that used to be the highway garage. and then the water department's building was across the street, literally falling down, so they moved across to that new garage. And there was this addition put on the building then, but that's the last time that was touched.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions from the committee, I open it up to the public. Does the public have any questions or comments related to Article 6? Mr. Zekas.
Paul Zekas, 1 Beaver Drive. Just as a town meeting member, having these two projects, again, bundled together, if a town meeting member wants to support one or the other, do they have the capacity to do that? Or what type of motion would need to be made to separate these at town meeting?
Mr. Mizikar?
Yeah, you'd have to submit a substitute motion, and that, there would have to be a motion allowed on the floor to consider a substitute motion. That motion would have to be presented in writing to the moderator, and it would be read out loud, and then it would be considered. So there could be, if it's proposed, town meeting can vote to consider it or not consider it. If it votes to consider it, then the substitute motion would be the live motion on the floor.
Any other
And
question, Mr. Zekas?
yes, the way Article 6 is written, from what I've seen in the warrant, is this is an authorization to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds in the Treasury a sum of money to be expended under the direction of the Municipal Facilities Optimization Committee to oversee the repair, renovation, expansion, and/or replacement of the buildings located at 205 to 211 South Street, and the repair and renovation of the Town Hall located at 100 Maple Avenue, including but not limited to the cost of acquiring land, cost of architectural, engineering, and site work, abatement of hazardous materials, and demolition services, and all other costs incidental and related thereto, or take any other action in relation thereto. Through the chair, is there going to be an article substituted for this? Because it appears that the $2 million that relates to this article is not for the repair, the renovation, or the expansion.
Mr. Mizikar?
So design cost is what's being requested. So here's the proposed motion that's up here. And the motion, or the article that's written, is broad to allow for the use of those funds for the entirety of the project, and then the motion drills down and defines what we're actually going to use the money for at this time. So you can see that what we're proposing, $2 million to fund design costs for the facility.
So we're voting on the article, though.
Nope, you vote on, the article is moved for a motion for consideration by town meeting.
So is there any intention for either one of these projects to acquire land?
No, sir.
No.
So is this a general
Yep.
terminology?
It is. It's an article format that we use for all of our major building projects. It affords us flexibility up until the point of town meeting to fully prepare and then narrow the scope of the motion that needs to be considered by town meeting. But if you go back and look at all of our previous building projects, you'll see that we use the same article.
And I know there was some discussion about utility rates and borrowing and the potential for a 2.5 override. How are we actually, in simplistic terms, how are we paying for this outside of the $2 million? Are we requesting the taxpayers of Shrewsbury, are we going before them for a 2.5 override on this?
Very likely, yes. But I mean, this article itself is using $2 million in funds that are available in the Treasury.
Sure, but we don't want to spend $2 million without knowing how we're going to pay for the rest of it, right?
Correct.
So how are we going to pay for it?
Through the utility rates and a debt exclusion.
And any breakdown on those?
16.8 million from the utilities, 16.2 million from utilities, and 10.8 would be from the general fund, based off of a number of different calculations of square footage and usage of the facilities.
Right, so what's the override amount?
We don't have a specific figure yet.
Because we may have other funds available on time as we close out other projects. We may be able to use free cash or other funds. So we don't have an exact override or debt exclusion number figured out at this point in time.
But it's clear there'll be an override and there'll be an increase in utility rates.
The increase in utility rates by both, through the chair, my apologies,
please.
have been both adopted by the water commissioners and the sewer commissioners for a 5-year financial plan.
Yep.
And those have already been adopted, correct?
Any other questions, Mr.?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I just ask a?
Yes, Diana,
Through the
please.
chair, to the town staff, so I'm presuming the reason you're bundling these together as a project is it's more, synergistic, there's savings compared to if we split them into 2 projects, or?
Yeah, it is. They're mutually beneficial, right? So the scope of the building committee was to look at South Street first and foremost and see if there's opportunity to alleviate the space constraints. If we go back to 2019, whenever we began to study the municipal campus, we looked at the whole campus. It was the town hall, the police station, and the senior center. COVID hit, and the select board prioritized the police station appropriately, and that didn't change the needs in this building. And so the opportunity that exists in this project is really that centerpiece here that's on this conceptual design, which would be to move office spaces from the 2nd floor of this building, DPW administrative staff, and locate them at this. That'll free up about $4,500 worth of space. It'll preclude the need to add an addition to this building, so there's savings in that in and of itself. It also provides us with swing space, so as we renovate this building, we can move an office up to the DPW and then move them back into their home office once it's refurbished. That will save us, considerable amount of money by not having to buy temporary trailers or rent another location. And then finally, when we access the bond market, it's not expensive in comparison to the cost of a project, but it's not free. So it costs us about $60,000 to $65,000 to, and that's broken up into 2 primary buckets: $30,000 to get a bond rating, and the other $30,000 for our financial advisor to access the open bond marketplace and to get legal bond counsel to certify that the actions that we're taking provide for tax-exempt debt, which is really important because that's why we get low interest rates, because people don't have to pay taxes on the interest that they earn from our borrowings.
Any other questions from committee? Any other questions from the public on Article 6? If not, we move on to Article number 8. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ventura, please.
Tony Bonaventura, 120 Howe Ave. So, I think it was brought up earlier, but the concerning thing is if this article gets approved, then it's very difficult to turn back. So, before I get into the particulars of the project, is there a way of doing this in reverse? Just through the chair to whoever can answer that question. So can there be some type of an article formulated that talks about, would the town be interested in, doing a debt exclusion or a 2.5 through the 2.5 regulations? Or is this going to be paid for by an actual 2.5 override? I guess the earlier question said. Is there a way of putting the horse before the cart and getting the answer to that from town meeting? Are they interested in doing these buildings before we ask the question about the design? Because I feel like once the design is approved, it feels like, well, we can do the design and see what happens. But I don't think anybody's going to want to walk away from $2 million spent once they do it. So it's kind of, this is what happens. Things just roll along. So is there any way to do it in reverse is my question. Even if it's some kind of a proclamation or a non-binding.
We understand the
yeah.
question. Why don't we move, Mr. Musicat?
Right.
You have any comment on that?
I mean, just like we're here tonight, we're presenting the full cost of the project that we anticipate, and we're not trying to be sneaky to town meeting to get them to bite on the design cost and then say, oh, by the way, we're actually gonna build the project. I think town meeting members are well informed and understand the building process. We think this incremental opportunity gives town meeting members to make the decision, you know, to fund the design or not the design, with the knowledge of a construction project behind it.
Okay, so I think that it's important that that's very clearly stated.
I believe it was, Mr.
Um,
Yeah, but do you have another question?
It's right there.
Yeah. Information is all there, so.
I'm aware of the information. So, because we're actually talking about the project, you know, I did tour the facility, and the DPW building is in excellent shape. One of the members isn't here, but I actually watched one of the finance committee meetings, and he brought up a point that I saw. There was the ability to get more storage in one of the buildings through racking systems. I actually mentioned it while I was there, and then I saw months later that it was brought up here. So there is an ability to gain some more floor space in the DPW building. And the sewer and water building, it's definitely old. I was disappointed to see the condition of the roofing because I didn't feel like that was properly maintained on half of the building, and caused the very issues that were presented for the reason why the building needs to be replaced. The rest of the structure is all concrete block, and these buildings are primarily used for garaging vehicles. And of course, new is always the best, but what are we going to do to gain control of our finances, or are we just going to go, you know, first class on everything and pass it on to the residents? So I just want to bring up why I bring that up. And I've shared this with a few people. So the best indicator of how we're doing as a town compared to other towns, not by I agree with this, but you know the town has been saying this for years, is the average single-family tax bill. And historically, for more than 3 decades, but the 3 decades of the 90s, 2000s, 2010, we averaged the 139th highest average single-family tax bill in the state. Over the course of the last 5 years or so, we've, 4 years, actually less than 5, we're now at about the 90th, 89th or 90th highest single-family tax bill in the state. So why it's a great number to look at is because it's comparing us to our peers, and we're all operating under the same conditions, whether it be inflation or regulation, unfunded mandates. So it's something that residents I know are feeling. When you're out there and you're talking to people, they don't know why. They don't know why it's happening. They're frustrated. Some say they're going to move. Some say, I've heard people come to the strategic plan meeting, even though there wasn't anybody there. There were 2 of us at 2 out of the 4, and 4 of us at one of the others. And those people there who were in support of the override said, oh yeah, when my kids get out of school, I'm going to move out of town. So there's an issue out there, and I think we need to get to a point where we decide what type of a town we're going to be and find some way of discussing that with the residents, because it's too much information for the, and I believe even town meeting members to consider without somebody giving them a reference point. I think your board needs a reference point. What are your goals? Are your goals to money is no object, or are you going to try and keep it an affordable community as it's been for the last 40 or 50 years? But, you know, we have solid data on the state website that tracks these numbers. We had in 2021, we had the most expensive override in the entire state of Massachusetts. And there's an impact. Excuse me?
It's not true.
There was one higher?
There was.
Just one?
Just one.
Okay, I missed that in the list then.
Mr. Granger.
Second highest in
I
the
just
state of
have a quick
Massachusetts.
question
Mr.
for
Granger has a-
clarification. When you're talking about the average tax bill, just so I make sure I have the
Mhm.
facts that you're sharing correct, are you talking about the cost per thousand for a tax bill or the overall tax bill itself? Because you have to take into consideration the value of people's homes.
Correct, so it's the average single-family tax bill, not the rate. The
As a
rate is
dollar
a
amount.
backed-in number,
Okay,
which,
fine. I just wanted to know.
yeah.
Thank
And
you.
and, you know, just, I'll just say, so if you pictured a town with 100 homes, exactly the same in each town, 1,800 square foot colonials, let's say, and one town, they were assessed at 400,000 in today's dollar, and in Shrewsbury, let's say they were at $800,000. Well, you're still servicing, you know, the same amount of homes, the exact homes, so the valuation actually helps in a sense. Our town, if we have high valuations, actually helps us in our ability to service. Unless you get very, very close to Boston, maybe where you can bring in some salaries, you know, it can be an advantage. So I think the town has used that in the past, often, and the state uses it because it is a really good measure. It is in my opinion, the absolute best measure to measure how you're doing. It's like the score at the end of a game. You know, you can have great players, everybody worked hard, but the score at the end of the game tells you where you are. And we've gone, you know, again, it's very solid. From 2011 to 2020, we were still averaged to be the 139th, and now we're at the 90th. So we've passed 50 towns, close to 50 towns, in a short amount of time. And from watching the finance committee meetings, looking at the budgets, I don't see it turning around. I don't see it as a temporary, we put in one building, we got a hit for a year or so. So I'm very concerned about that. I know the residents are very concerned about that. And a lot of the residents don't know how to articulate it. They just feel it. But there is statistical data to explain what's going on. So I think it's really important before we make these type of decisions that we kind of get our minds, and it's okay if we want to be one of those expensive towns. If we want to be a town, you know, like a Wellesley or wherever, or Dover or Sherborne, and have $20,000 tax bills on average, it's okay if we decide we're going to be that type of a town. But we can't say that we want to be a town for all residents and at the same time be headed in that direction. I think we need to be very honest. Again, I'm not here for anything for myself. I'm here for other people to try and explain to them exactly what their decisions are. So I'm happy to share that information, you know, at a later time,
Perhaps
with the board if they're interested in it.
Yeah, at a later time. But is there anything else related to Article 6?
Well, I just think that, you know, this decision here, I think that we can certainly get by. I mean, we're talking about, and I know they could be, you know, fixed up a little bit. I saw the bathrooms could be improved. You know, they talk about a shower. I don't think those are highly used. It's not a highly used item, and even if it was nicer, in my experience, it doesn't tend to be highly used. It's garage space. It's not perfect. We're talking about creating office space there. We have the Beal School situation that's still, you know, you can guess what you want, but it's still in court. Let me just finish.
Yeah.
You know, there are other alternatives. We could have used, that building was owned by the town. We could have used that as office space. It could have been our building department and sewer and water department offices or school department offices. I want to just finish a little bit because I've been in town buildings, you know, city buildings and town buildings around our area. And some of you probably have. You can go into Worcester. You can go into their, you know, Mead Street building or any of their engineering buildings. And we're not talking about Class A office space. We're talking about mostly very old facilities that are very useful for office space. So if we're going to have premium, it is going to affect people's quality of life if they can't afford to live here. And, you know, I've seen data that 30 to 50% of, believe it or not, Shrewsbury residents are on some type of assistance, but definitely in the 30 to 40% of our residents range, these decisions, you know, tax increases really do affect them. So if we're going to be a compassionate community and care about them, we need to have those thoughts in our mind when we make these type of decisions that aren't, for which there is no other option, because there are other options, even at that facility. I believe, when I met there, the biggest concern that I saw or heard was that one newer truck doesn't actually fit in a building. So that was one that couldn't be mitigated with a small steel building, or, a medium-sized steel building if you wanted a little more garage space without creating a mega complex. It's hard to have everything first class in a town, and especially in the amount of time that we've done it. We've built, and I'm going off my memory, but we did a library in 2015. I'm not saying any of these are long.
You're getting a little.
I am getting long, but I think that
We're running
this
out
is
of
one
time.
opportunity to talk to you folks, so I'd appreciate it if you,
Yeah,
I'm
I've
sorry
given
that
you
you
a
have
lot
to
of
hear
time.
this, but you're the only board that can.
No, I've given you a lot of time. Please wrap up in 30
I will, so I just to point out, if we're replacing buildings every 100 years, it means that we would need to completely replace them, not renovating them. It would mean that we would have to do about 2 in a 10-year period. So we did the library in 2015. We've done the new Beale School. We did the police station. We're talking about this building, and the cemetery is not a building, but we're doing that. So we're lumping a lot onto one group of residents all at one time, buildings that are going to be there for generations. And I think we just need to think about, at some point, are we going to space things out a little bit and take a little different approach in some areas of town, rather than just go and hit everything at once? Town hall we're talking about with this project. So it's an awful lot, and there were other options, which I don't have time to talk about here, but I have spoken about in the past.
Okay,
So
thank you.
please, I would ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Dennis.
Okay, I don't think the cemetery is actually really part of it. I mean, we've run out of space. I don't think we can double up graves. So I take that one out of your argument. No, I'm done.
No, it's okay.
You had your hour.
If not, any more questions on Article?
That was not nice.
Would you like to have a retort, Mr. Ventura? I can give you 30 seconds.
Yeah, actually, I would.
Yeah, thank you.
If we're gonna be engaged community, it's hard to come in here and do this.
I understand.
I don't enjoy doing it. I'm doing this for other people that will never come and do it.
We totally
All right?
appreciate that.
And so
Understood.
when we do it and we hear a comment, I know it's a little bit of a joke, but it is a public meeting, and it's demeaning to say that to somebody who comes in here to try and speak. It does take
I was
time.
pointing out that you had many things in there. I don't know why you lumped the cemetery in there.
Oh,
because-
so as far as the cemetery, I understand. I said it's not a building, but it's still millions of dollars.
But we have no choice.
I agree 100%. I think it's
So-
a good project at the right time. But when you're doing, and that's why with other projects where you have a chance to take a different approach, I'm asking that
And
we
it's been
consider
planned for
that.
30 years, because that's what they bought the land for.
Excuse me?
They bought the land, what, 30 years ago?
But I'm agreeing with you on the cemetery. I just look at it as a large.
That's all I'm
capital-
putting
It's a
in.
large capital improvement, so I know it's not a building, but it's a large capital improvement that we needed to undertake. That's fine. I think that the elementary school, they were great projects. So when we have some things that might not be as necessary, we know we have high school issues, spacing things out is something that I think we should consider. That's all.
Totally understood, Mr. Ventura.
Yeah.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comments. Thank you. Okay, we will, if there's nothing else from Article,
Mr. Chairman, can I
Sure.
please, and I apologize, I just do want to point out that we think about this all the time, and let me just use the cemetery as an example. We found a way to do $5 million worth of work without borrowing a penny,
right?
right? Like, I hear Mr. Bonaventura, I just want people to know that we think about this, and we're strategic when we do these things. We're not, what's the next thing that we can build in town, and how can we increase the tax bill? Like, it's opposite of that. The financial plan that we'll lay out when it's time proposes no tax increases for this project. None. Zero. We would leverage the declining debt service that's our long-term financial plan to ensure that we don't increase the tax bill. It's my commitment. I'm here tonight. I know that some people were trying to bait us to, like, we weren't trying to say it was going to be a borrowing. That's not true. We are here being transparent. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. If not, now let's move, I guess we've discussed this a lot, so we will now move on to the next item in the agenda, Article number 8, which is the personal bylaw amendment by Christina Ordung, Human Resources Director. Invite you up, Christina.
Good evening, all. I'm Christina Ordung. I'm the Director of Human Resources with the town. I'm joined this evening by Natalie Corden-Gregg and Marianne Davis of the Personnel Board in support of the proposed personnel bylaw amendments. Thank you all for your time this evening. I'm excited to be here to provide you all with a detailed overview of the proposed changes to the personnel bylaw and ask for your consideration in recommending this warrant article at the November 18th special town meeting. These changes are designed to maintain the competitiveness of the town's benefits available to town employees and streamline administrative processes to better align with current practices and legal standards. This proposal is grounded in valuable feedback collected over the past several years from exit interviews, stay interviews, employee wellness, and workplace improvement surveys. Moreover, it represents the culmination of over 2 years of careful deliberation among town leadership from various departments, receiving strong support from the Personnel Board. The most significant of these changes is the introduction of Sick Leave Plan 4, a new option that provides a more comprehensive and modern leave structure. This proposal comes at a time when paid family medical leave is a prominent focus within private and public sector organizations in Massachusetts and beyond, with many communities moving in this direction and a few already implementing paid parental leave policies. We are introducing several important updates to ensure our employment policies are modern, clear, and reflective of our current work practices. We propose redefining full-time employment. We propose introducing a definition for inclusive service. We will establish and define a paid family medical leave benefit year and redefine a permanent position. Given that police and fire chiefs have individual employment contracts, they will be explicitly excluded from the general classification and compensation plan. We will remove outdated language, including eliminating references to the Emergency Employment Act and the Comprehensive Employment and Training Act. We will remove language related to temporary positions within civil service. We will remove language related to military leave that's no longer relevant, and also remove Sick Leave Plan 1. We are also proposing several operational adjustments to streamline our processes and reflect current practices. These include transferring the responsibilities of determining on-call pay, approving hiring rates, salary increases, and vacation leave amounts from the consideration of the Personnel Board to the town manager. These changes align with how we've already been managing these aspects and are intended to enhance efficiency without disrupting our current operations, as the Personnel Board meets less than monthly. Lastly, through these proposed amendments, we will make important clarifications that while vacation time is provided in a lump sum to our employees, it is accrued throughout the year for payout purposes at termination. Finally, we want to emphasize that employees are required to exhaust all accrued paid time off before moving into an unpaid status. This approach helps manage our future liabilities related to payouts. We propose increasing vacation time by 1 week for each tenure band except for the top tier, which will remain capped at 5 weeks. This change aligns with trends in local governments such as Hopkinton, Natick, Newburyport, Foxborough, Needham, West Springfield, Situate, Ware, and Norwood, which have all recently enhanced vacation offerings to 3 weeks for new hires and adjusted their vacation tiers. These proposed amendments to the personnel bylaw will impact a population of 117 non-union employees. 61 of them would see a vacation time change of 1 additional week through these proposed amendments. Their tenures range from 1 to 19 years of service. 32 employees would move from 2 to 3 weeks vacation, 18 employees would move from 3 to 4 weeks vacation, and 11 employees would move from 4 to 5 weeks vacation. We do not backfill for any of these positions during these types of short-term absences or typically provide overtime to other staff within the department, so there's no real budgetary impact. However, I did calculate a theoretical annual cost of just under $79,000. Of this group of non-union employees, there is an average tenure of just under 8 years, a median tenure of 5 years, and a mode tenure of 1 year. The average tenure of 8 years is useful for understanding the overall tenure of the organization, though it is skewed by extreme values like the 10-plus employees that have 25 years plus service with the town. The median tenure of 5 years, unaffected by these outliers, represents the midpoint, and the mode shows that 1 year is the most common tenure amongst our employees. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average employee tenure across all industries was around 4 years in both 2022 and 2023. Over the past 40 years, the median tenure for wage and salary workers aged 25 and older has remained steady at approximately 5 years. In state and local government, however, average employee tenure is higher, typically around 6 or 7 years. This data highlights that the town's policy of requiring employees to wait 10 to 20 years for additional benefits is no longer aligned with the realities of today's workforce. To support retention and appeal to top talent, enhancing vacation benefits for new hires and providing more vacation time earlier in an employee's tenure would be a strategic choice for the town. This adjustment nurtures a motivated, loyal, and productive workforce, boosting mental well-being, productivity, and long-term retention. It also strengthens our competitive edge in recruiting top talent, demonstrated by the fact that the town has already had to adjust vacation time in at least 25 recruitments over the last 5 years to secure the best candidate. Moving on to the paid family medical leave aspect of the bylaw amendments. Paid family medical leave is a significant focus for the Massachusetts Municipal Human Resources Association, with many communities exploring this option and several already implementing paid parental leave policies. Notably, Nantucket adopted Chapter 175M, Massachusetts Paid Family Medical Leave, at its May 2024 town meeting. Other communities that offer paid parental leave include Lexington, Boston, Norwood, Hopkinton, Cambridge, Newburyport, Worcester, Dalton, Norfolk, and Belmont. Shrewsbury has opted not to adopt Chapter 175M, aligning with the recommendation of the Massachusetts Municipal Association. The MMA's position is based on several factors, including the cost implications of employer contributions, the administrative complexity of adding another layer to benefits administration, and the reduction in flexibility that comes with adopting a one-size-fits-all approach. Instead, Shrewsbury's proposed sick leave plan 4 enables us to offer a customized family leave benefit that closely aligns with state provisions while maintaining our local priorities. This approach ensures that we remain competitive with other local governments, state entities, and the private sector as they all move towards similar family leave policies. This new plan would be applicable to all new employees hired on or after July 1st of 2025. Non-union employees currently covered under sick leave plans 2 or 3 would have the option to switch to plan 4 annually. Those who elect to switch would permanently remain on the new sick leave plan for the remainder of their employment. We want to underscore that Shrewsbury has had a very unique sick plan since 1983, which have been beneficial to town and employees alike. Most other communities and the state provide a day and a quarter of sick time per month, which equates to 14 sick days per year. In Shrewsbury, we offer 5 sick days per year, and we offer a short-term disability program under sick leave plans 2 and 3 that provide 80% of an employee's salary for up to 52 weeks. Shrewsbury has effectively managed this benefit for over 40 years. In the past 10 years, 0.7 hours of all time work have been covered under the disability benefit. When we look at this through a monetary lens, 0.46% of all wages paid were from the disability benefit. These figures illustrate that while the benefit provides meaningful support, its cost and usage remain minimal within the broader scope of the town's payroll and overall work hours. According to the FY24 annual report from the Massachusetts Department of Family and Medical Leave, 64.26% of approved leave applications were for personal illness, 23.98% were for child bonding, 11.73% were for caring for a family member, and 0.03% were for military care. Assuming that 50% of the child bonding leave is used for the birthing parent, About 76% of paid family medical leave types approved under the state's plan in FY24 are already covered by our current sick leave policies. The remaining 24%, primarily for family caregiving and military care, represent the gap in our existing plans. This chart illustrates the differences between sick leave plans 2 and 3, the proposed sick leave plan 4, and Massachusetts paid family medical leave. Beginning at the disability coverage feature, the town currently offers up to 52 weeks of disability coverage paid at 80% of an employee's base salary. The proposed sick leave plan 4 offers up to 20 weeks of disability coverage at 80% of an employee's base salary. Massachusetts paid family medical leave offers up to 20 weeks of disability coverage paid at a maximum of $1,170.64 per week. Continuing down the chart to the family leave feature, you will see that this benefit is not offered under sick leave plans 2 or 3. Under the proposed sick leave plan 4, we offer up to 12 weeks for bonding with a new child, up to 6 weeks for family care, and up to 26 weeks for caring for an injured service member. Massachusetts paid family medical leave offers up to 12 weeks for family care, including bonding with a new child, and up to 26 weeks for caring for an injured service member. Continuing down the chart to funding, you will see that both sick leave plans 2, 3, and 4 are funded through regular salaries. The maximum benefit offered by the state continues to change, which is why the town's proposal is to continue its practice of offering 80% of the base salary. This ensures employees receive a more stable and predictable income during their leave, which is crucial for maintaining financial security. Tying this benefit to a percentage of the employee's salary ensures that our benefits remain proportional and competitive with the evolving state maximum. Massachusetts paid family medical leave is funded through contributions from employers and employees. For medical leave, employers contribute 60% of the premium, with employees covering the remaining 40% via payroll deductions. For family leave, employees are responsible for the entire premium through payroll deductions, as there's no employer contribution. In contrast, sick leave plan 4 is fully funded through regular salaries, eliminating the need for additional contributions from the town or employees. At a local level, the financial impact of employer and employee contributions would be relatively minor and would offer limited practical benefit for program funding purposes. With sick leave plan 2, 3, and 4 positions temporarily vacated due to medical leaves, they are not backfilled, allowing the 20% salary savings from those on leave to be reallocated within affected departments to fairly compensate staff who take on additional responsibilities. Turning to the sick and personal paid time off feature, sick leave plans 2 and 3 currently offer a maximum of 7 days off, 5 sick days for an employee's personal use, and 2 personal days. This structure requires employees to use vacation or personal days if they need time off to care for a sick child or an aging parent. In contrast, sick leave plan 4 provides 7 sick days that can not only be used for an employee's own illness or injury, but also to care for a family member. This flexible leave structure is designed to better support employees through minor health needs, both personal and family related, creating a more supportive and adaptive work environment. Additionally, to ensure equity across these plans and to reduce administrative burden, we recommend eliminating the 2 personal days for employees covered under sick leave plan 4. Overall, we are seeking to provide a more modern and flexible paid time off benefit. Massachusetts paid family medical leave offers a maximum payment of $1,170.64 per week. This is very close to the proposed benefit employees would receive under sick leave plan 4, with the average weekly benefit being $1.93 above the state maximum, the median weekly benefit being $112.10 below the state maximum, and the mode weekly benefit being $204.55 below the state maximum. The town proposes to offer the sick leave plan 4 benefit based on a percentage of salary rather than a fixed dollar amount to maintain flexibility. The reason for this decision is the state's maximum paid family medical leave benefit changes about annually. Tying the benefit to a percentage of the employee's salary ensures that our benefit remains proportional and competitive with the evolving state maximum. This strategy allows Shrewsbury to offer competitive family leave benefits while also managing costs effectively and adjusting to external changes. The Massachusetts paid family medical leave benefit maximum has changed at least 3 times since its implementation. Each adjustment aligns the benefit with changes in the state's average weekly wage, ensuring that it keeps pace with the economic landscape. Increased vacation time earlier in employees' tenure and sick leave plan for position Shrewsbury competitively in employee support amongst other communities, state entities, and the private sector. The administrative updates align policies with current practices and legal standards. This proposal is grounded in valuable feedback collected over the past several years from exit interviews, state interviews, and employee wellness and workplace improvement surveys. Moreover, it represents the culmination of over 2 years of careful deliberation among town leadership from various departments, receiving strong support from the Personnel Board. The Personnel Board has engaged in ongoing discussions regarding sick leave plans, short-term disability benefits, and the utility of FMLA since February of 2022. In 2023, these discussions evolved to include more in-depth conversations about paid family medical leave. By April of 2024, the board received a red-line version of the personnel bylaw outlining proposed amendments for this special town meeting. Throughout several meetings, the board cautiously scrutinized the potential impacts of the proposed benefits, carefully weighing the implications. Through prudent deliberations, the board affirmed the importance of these changes in maintaining the town's competitive edge with other local governments, state entities, and the private sector, and expressed their support in the proposed bylaw amendments. The proposed amendments have undergone legal review, and with the final version receiving unanimous approval through a formal vote at the October 17th Personnel Board meeting. Thank you all for your time this evening and for your consideration. I'd now like to conclude my presentation and open things up for questions and comments.
Thank you, Ms. Rodin. I had a question, it's probably to Kevin. Does increased vacation time have any budgetary effects in terms of our salaries and the way we report things?
Not directly. We don't, with this group of employees, which does not include police and fire, that's where we see vacation leave impacting the dollar amounts that we put in our salaries. So Christina had identified a theoretical number of, what time off may cost us, around $80,000, for these changes. But we wouldn't have to make specific budget adjustments just because of the adoption of these changes.
Any other questions from the committee? Millie, please.
Just clarification, does this, like when you showed about the non-union jobs, or employees, I would say, who will benefit, does that include school?
It does not. The personnel bylaw doesn't cover anyone appointed through the school committee or the Selco Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Dennis?
I just wanted to thank you for bringing up the theoretical, because that's the question I asked last meeting. So thank you for bringing that up.
Of course.
I wanted to thank you guys for all of the hard work to put this together and the thoroughness and comprehensive. And this wasn't piecemealed and brought to us multiple times. It was a really holistic proposal. So thank you to everybody who put in that hard work and took the time to bring it all together into a single thing. I think the only question I had is, this is for the non-union. So any of the union, that's through the collective bargaining agreement. So the unions would be police, fire, teachers.
Yeah, so, on the municipal side, police, fire, Department of Public Works, field staff, custodians, dispatchers. And then, Dr. Sawyer and his team are with the teachers and the various groups on that side.
So just out of sheer curiosity, on the municipal side for the current union contracts, what are their vacations?
Yeah.
So, on the municipal side, their vacation is very similar to our current.
Okay.
Our current.
Any further questions from the committee? Not, I open it up to the public. Sorry.
Sorry, just a quick one, maybe for Kevin. Just under, or Christina, just on the authority change from the personnel board to you, is that gonna impact them? Or I guess, how much will that impact them, that change and what they do, the role they've played? Do you see that being significant?
I don't see a very large impact to what they do. The majority of the actions that we ask them to take are related to our classification and compensation plan, so that is the meat of our meetings.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions from the committee. I open it up to the public. Any questions on Article number 8 from the public? If not, I don't see any hands, so we shall move now. Thank you, Ms. Christina. Thank you so much. We should now move to the CPC articles, Articles 11 to 14. May I ask the committee members of the CPC to please come forward?
Good evening. My name is Gail Aslanian, and I'm currently on the Community Preservation Committee. My seat is representing the Historical Commission. Chairwoman Deborah Mooney wasn't able to be here tonight because she's at a CPA workshop in Grafton, so we're all kind of filling in for each other tonight. I'm very pleased to bring to you 4 articles for historic preservation, actually. Mr. Goldrick has put together some slides for town meeting presentation. I think that will really help explain what's going on. Before I start, I would like to say that the Community Preservation Committee takes very seriously the charge of managing the funds that have been provided for designated areas and of the Community Preservation Act. And we do a very intense vetting process. We bring the projects come to us, we review them for eligibility and then for proposed funding. And out of all those that have come to us recently, these 4 have been, we're bringing to you for your consideration as well. As you can see on the slide, it does say that, you know, we do review them and the projects are for accuracy and appropriateness. Because 3 of these are regarding the First Congregational Church, we asked town council to review to make sure that the anti-aid was being satisfied, and town council did review it and come back with his decision that we could definitely fund projects for this congregational church. The report, I don't know if you had a copy of the report or not, but it can be available to you. We can certainly get that to you. So the first article, Article 11, is an important one. The First Congregational Church is asking for some funding to do some lighting arrestor work. You may remember in 2023, Spencer, the Congregational Church in Spencer suffered disaster by a lightning strike. The church burnt. And that kind of brought to their attention that we better be looking at what's going on with our church here, because the church was the first meeting place of the town, was responsible for, we had to have a meeting place, to a meeting building to have a charter, so it has such historical significance in the town, and it serves a important purpose in town, because it's a place where the community gathers for lots of, other than for religious reasons, for social and clubs and all kinds of activities. So it is in the historic district. It is deemed historical resource on our inventory, and it's a national register because it's in the historic district. So it qualified. They're asking $25,000 for the lightning rod. It's pretty self-explanatory. It preserves the building in event of a lightning surge, so I don't know if you have any questions about that particular one.
We'll hold on questions till the.
You want to do all the questions at each one or at the end?
We'll do it at the end.
Okay,
Yeah, we can-
okay. Article 12, also Congregational Church, is for some trim restoration. This was brought forward because there's some rot and trim work on the outside of the building that needs to be maintained, or not maintained, but repaired and replaced. Window trim, facade and gutter. It's in preservation and restoration of the building, so we felt it was necessary to restore a part of the building that was in need of restoration. That's for $5,200. Article 13, First Congregational Church, again, was an architectural study. A portion of the lower level of the building, the original flooring is deteriorated, and it's deemed somewhat unsafe. So in order to know how to repair that and go forward, there needs to be a study done to see how and if it can be repaired, because it's structurally, the structural integrity of the building is suffering if we don't fix that. And that's under preservation as well. That's for $10,000. We also, there's some proponents of the proposals are in the audience here tonight, so if you have some questions that are specific, they'd be happy to answer those as well, okay? The fourth article, Article 14, Mountain View Cemetery restoration, the gravestone restoration, is the final appropriation of $45,000 to fund the balance of the Mountain View Cemetery gravestone project. This was phase 2. That was a project at a town meeting, spring town meeting, that was brought forward and voted by town meeting to fund that. This is the balance of that. The funding will come out of the balance of our historic preservation fund, and then the remainder of that will come out of our undesignated funds. The historic preservation fund, we've used up our allowance this round, so whatever else has to be done comes out of the unreserved fund. But we've got plenty of money in the bank. It's just a matter of moving it around. Is there any questions at this moment I can answer?
Thank you. I had a question on Article 13.
Article 13?
Yes.
Sure.
So the $10,000 are for a survey for determining a plan for the repair work that you said that would be,
Right.
that could be some structural defects.
Right.
Would any repair work also come under the CPC?
Would any of the work?
The actual work?
That would have, they would have to bring that forward with another proposal.
I see.
The Congregational Church has been very generous in saying that whatever, any overruns at the time when this work is done, the church would be able to pick up the balance.
I see.
So it's a partnership.
Any questions from the committee from Articles 11 through 14? And
So just a quick clarification. So if I'm reading this correctly, 11, 12, and 13 are coming from the unrestricted fund, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
Okay, and so that's because we've already expended as much as we can expend from the historical fund, or there's?
For this round.
Oh, for this round, okay.
Right?
Yeah, there's a annual deposit, the 10% set aside into the 3 buckets, and then the balance goes in, and there's an administrative set aside, and the balance
Right.
goes into the undesignated. But the undesignated is permissible for any of the three categories, to be used for any of the three categories.
Okay. And just to kind of follow up, because it's for historical preservation, outdoor, open, right, and community housing, if I remember correctly.
Community housing, recreation, and open space, and
Okay.
historic preservation.
So has there been a lot of proposals that have come to the committee in the other areas?
Well, I was gonna get to that at the end.
Oh, okay.
I'll bring it up now, it's fine. The community housing has been one that's been kind of stagnant right now, but there's a lot of things happening, so there may be things coming forward with that. But that's a pretty big component of, and a large funding, so those projects tend to be a little bit more involved. Open space and recreation, we've done a lot with that, with purchasing open space and the trails and stuff, so that's been pretty active. Historic preservation, seems like that's something that has been the most active right now. They're not necessarily big ticket items, so it's easy to bring forward. But we talk about community engagement. The Community Preservation Act is probably one of the best ways of having community engagement, because it's community generated. It's projects that the community wants that bring forward. So my little PSA is that anybody out there that's still awake and watching, if you have an idea, bring it to us, because we're not in charge of making the ideas. So that's to come from the community. We just review them and look at them and see if they fit into the plan of the town. So anybody that is wondering if a project is eligible or if it could happen, they should go to the communitypreservationcoalition.org, and they'll get all kinds of stimulation there. So there has been activity, not as much as we would like, but there has been projects come forward that we haven't been recommending. Just don't work. So it's just depends on what the community wants and what they bring forward.
Do you have any numbers in terms of how many projects come in, how many get accepted?
How many projects have been accepted?
Accepted percentage-wise on average?
I don't have that figure here, but, oh gosh, we did, how many in the spring we did? 6 or something.
As a percentage,
7,
I
and
was
then
wondering.
there's another, there's probably.
I can
8
add
at
that
least, or 10.
the CPC has prepared a memo that has a financial information in it that will go out to town meeting members tomorrow.
Okay.
And that does include all of the projects that
Okay,
have
yeah.
been funded to date.
But it doesn't have the how many come in versus how many, okay.
How many come in as opposed to how many have been recommended, okay.
We can look at that.
Well, that would be a good one to have. We have that in our,
Just a quick follow-up.
but I'm sure we
Just
just
along the
put it
same-
together.
Jim had a question.
Just along the same lines, the ones that are not making the cut, is it because they don't qualify, or did you see that they just?
Well, there's certain things that the CPA will, that you have, there's certain qualifications that you have to meet.
Right.
And if they don't meet all the criteria, we can't.
Right,
we
but
can't.
I guess my question is, when you look at in front of us today, were there others under this historical preservation, I mean, to Diana's point, that didn't make the cut, that maybe did qualify?
What, that didn't qualify?
That did qualify, that you chose not to put on and present to us today?
Well, actually, the pergola at Prospect Park.
Okay.
We funded a study to see if that could be restored. The report came back that it couldn't be restored, but it could be replicated.
Okay.
And replication is not
I see.
something that CPA can fund, so we had to deny that.
Okay, great, thank you, that's a helpful example.
That's the one that came to my
No,
mind.
that's helpful, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for the CPC Articles 11 through 14? If not, I open it up to the public for Articles 11 through 14. Yes, Mr. Richards.
Greg Richards, 16 Hickory. I have a question, I think on 11 through 13, primarily starting with 11. So I guess my main question on the lightning protection, because I read the applications, and one of the things it asks is, who benefits and what happens if you don't get the funds. And I do understand that if it's for risk, the lightning, right, one of the things that potentially would increase risk, with magnetic fields is the cell towers that are up there. I know that's a significant source of revenue for the church, and that lightning may not only protect the structure, but also potentially the cell towers. But in the application, it said what would happen if this project isn't funded, and they responded with, well, we wouldn't do the project because we don't have funds. So in my mind, if the church is an entirety of its asset, the owner would be responsible for maintaining that. And if that was such a significant risk, wouldn't that have a plan to be funded elsewhere? So that was kind of the question, because I thought, hey, yeah, obviously there's a fire in Spencer, there's issues, but a deference and just saying, well, if we don't get the money, we're just not going to do it, then how important could it really be?
Ms. Richards, Ms. Gail, you have.
Well, all I can say to that is that, in historic preservation, I think we have to look at the role of preservation, and if there's a place where we can help that situation, then it's important to go for it. If the church cannot afford it, and I can understand why, because most religious organizations are struggling right now with funding. So this is not just the towers could be protected. I can check with them, but this is in addition to any existing protection that would be that they have now. So if there's portions of the church that are not protected, we need to protect that for preservation. I'm not sure.
I guess I'm just trying to understand. I'm not like, I'm just trying to understand that.
Who's
that
responsible?
well, yeah, and I don't want to think like because like for instance, if it's St. Mary's, it's not a historic building, right? So we're not able to say fund something, let's say on a different church. It's just because that specific building happens to be there, right? So I guess the question is, how much of I don't want the town or the CPA to be viewed necessarily as a crutch that says, hey, we can defer this maintenance and not have to pay for it because we know we can go to the CPA and get funding.
That's right.
That's my fear, is just to say, I think there has to be some fiduciary responsibility, at least to say, yeah, I don't own the building. Whoever owns that property should have to at least fund that. And I know they have revenue sources because there's cell towers and other things that get funded. Have they gone back to the cellular companies and saying, hey, is this something that you can help protect your asset, because if this gets hit by lightning, those cell towers would be damaged. So that's a big impact, I would think, there. Has that due diligence be done? And I mean, part of it, I didn't read applications before, but they're thin. There's not a lot of content in those applications, right? If you read them, they're not, in my opinion, right? They weren't well crafted that says, here's the whole project, right? So I just left a little bit just of clarification there to say, hey, it's fair that I understand we want to protect things, but has there all that due diligence be done prior to coming to say, hey, this is really the only way we can protect our asset is through the CPA funds? I guess that's my point.
No, I don't think that's, I think they're partnering in however they can. I don't know that making the analogy with St. Mary's is appropriate, because St. Mary's isn't a historical building. So we have to look at historic properties a little differently than any other building in town. There's a lot of buildings in town that could benefit from CPA money but wouldn't qualify. So we have to look at each individual proposal and go by that. And our philosophy is to preserve, under historic preservation, is to preserve it. Their onus is they're doing what they can, but if they can't do enough, somebody else has to step in and help.
Yeah, my only comment on St. Mary's was the comparable, say the revenue sources for churches is low. That was my only comment there, is that I understand that, but there still has to be some fiduciary responsibility to your asset of protection that should somewhat, I guess I'm just saying, was that completely explored for instance, like in this case, the lightning, because of the fact that there is that revenue source with the cell towers for the church itself? Has that been explored? Because I know there is a lot of other projects. I remember I listened to you talking about, Parks and Recreation, and that you have only $1.1 million a year. And so I understand there could be a larger project in town that could be put to town meeting. So, yeah, while this is only $25,000, when you aggregate and pool those funds, there are other areas that they could be spent. That's my only comment.
Okay, any other comments?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other members of the public, Articles 11 through 14? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
May
Oh,
I
you had a
just
comment.
add,
Yes, please.
we're not privy to the financial statements of the church, so I can't speak to whether they're using their revenue sources appropriately or not. But all I know is that if the historic preservation aspect of the CPA can help out and it qualifies, and we deemed it eligible, that's why we went forward with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We can move on. Thank you so much. Articles 1 through 5, Town Manager's Office. Are we going to bundle these, Kevin?
No. I think we gotta take them one by one, unfortunately. A little diverse.
Yep.
If I can jump in. Article 1 is to appropriate $15,000 from general taxation to fund costs associated with the 300th anniversary. It's really as simple as that. We've talked about this before. There's some loopholes within the special account that we set up, that the funds that we deposited into it can only be spent in the year prior, the year of, and the year after the 300th. So to get the committee off and running, we're looking to make this $15,000 appropriation to them, which could be used immediately.
Any questions or comments on Article 1 from the committee? I open it up to the public.
I had one
Oh,
question.
Dennis, please.
Do we see the 15,000 as being the limit of what we're gonna put in, or do we see a lot more money coming in later?
No, honestly, I will say at this time, I don't
Yeah.
see the need for any additional appropriations. And this will be thoroughly tracked, and if there is an additional need,
But they're also gonna be fundraising.
Well,
and all that.
100%, yes.
Yeah, so
Thank
this is to kick it off
Yep.
so that we can get it started and planned and all that. Okay.
correct, thank you.
Milind.
So if I just understand, this is like a seed money kind of.
It is, yep, maybe to reserve facilities or match sponsorships and donations.
Thanks.
Any questions from the public? Article 1? Not, we can move to Article 2.
From the talking points. Oh, yeah, I wonder that, yeah. All right, Article 2. This article seeks to make critical adjustments to the FY25 operating budget totaling $1,367,000, or about 0.74% of the FY25 budget passed at the May annual town meeting across 8 departments. I will give a really quick synopsis of each one of the departments. Happy to answer more questions if necessary. The first $10,000 increase to the Treasurer Collector's Office is reflecting expenses with the town's tax title attorney in review of the FY18 through FY22 tax takings. Moving forward, this budget line item would probably reflect a single year's worth of takings as opposed to 5 years. So as we get caught up, this is what those costs are reflecting. Second, and the largest, is $585,000 increase to the operating support health insurance line item. Thus far in FY25, total gross enrollments are amount to about 127 across a number of different categories, whether or not it's a town employee that turned 26 and now they are off their parents' health insurance, so now they're on the town's, or there was a qualifying event and they moved from one to another. Doesn't necessarily mean these are all new employees, but this was new enrollments. The third would be $122,000 to increase fire department salary, wages, and wage line item. This is reflective of 3 firefighters that have been out since the beginning of the fiscal year, 2 on IOD, and the other on leave. 1 firefighter should be back in November. That's on IOD. The other one on IOD, there's no return date set, and the one on leave, there's no return date set on time. So this would help offset costs associated with backfilling those positions. Let me go through them all, and then we can answer at the end. Next is $500,000 increase to pension contributions to address prior year market losses. Then there is basically just a transfer, so it's not an addition, but a transfer of $50,129 from Public Works Administration salaries through the town manager's office to fund the assistant to the town manager procurement position. This position has been funded previously in the Public Works and served very well in supporting all the DPW divisions, and we found benefit in centralizing this to the town manager's office to improve all aspects of the town's public procurement process going forward. We have $50,000 increase to the town's streetlight budget based on the electricity rate adjustments effective September 2024. And then lastly is a one-time appropriation of $100,000 to support the education budget pertaining to electrical and security upgrades in school buildings. Again, in total, we're looking to increase the operating budget by $1,367,000.
It's a typo in that last line. I think it's 86 million. You're increasing it by 85 million.
Thank you. The school budget, middle proposed budget.
And that difference would be much greater.
We'll fix it, thank you.
Yeah.
It's good math.
Important. Yeah, decimal place. All right. Happy to take any questions.
Any questions on Article 2? Dennis, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, on the fire department leave, is that a sick leave, a salary leave? I mean, or is it just backfilling him and not paying him and backfilling him, the person that's out?
So the salary increases, or the increases are to backfill the shifts.
Right, yeah.
Right.
So people that are overtime or what have you. Yeah.
But he's not, I'm just saying, the two that are on
Yeah.
disability, we're paying them disability.
Yeah.
The leave, we're not paying the person on leave.
The person is on paid administrative.
Paid administrative leave.
Currently is.
Yes, currently.
Any other questions on Article 2? I open it up to the non-existent public. No one there, so Article 3.
Article 3.
Christina's one of us.
All right.
Not a Shrewsbury.
So this would be an adjustment to our capital budget. The town's capital budget, not the utilities. There are two line items totaling $110,847. One is for a fire department vehicle, and the other is for the replacement of a hybrid police cruiser that was totaled in an accident earlier this year. Our town's insurance is going to cover the replacement costs of the cruiser. However, there are supplemental funds that are needed to cover the costs of upfitting and other aspects of the vehicle. We are working with insurance to get the final estimate. We think it's going to be higher than, we think we're going to be receiving more, so it's very likely that we're not going to be using all $50,000, and that would be returned back to free cash. But we want to be able to replace this vehicle as quick as possible.
Any questions on Article 3?
What, $50,000 for upscaling? I mean, what exactly? If they replace the car, what are the, I don't know where the $50,000 comes. What does one of those cruisers cost?
It's like, you got the numbers down. There you go.
So the police department has solicited a quote for the replacement. This vehicle was totaled. The quote was about $65,000.
Yep.
The initial appraisal from insurance for the replacement, what they would pay out was $16,000. So this $50,000 is the difference to supplement. We think because our cruisers are on a replacement cost value that we will end up getting more.
So the other follow-up question on that is, whose fault was the totaling? Was it?
It was another motorist's fault.
So are we going after that motorist and their insurance company to?
Yes. So we're just kind of in a catch-22 where we're fighting with our insurance company to get the claim to be appropriate, but have town meeting on November 18th, and we want to replace the cruiser. So we may, at town meeting, do a substitute motion if we get more money.
And then we could use this.
Before then, but we'd like to have the $50,000 so we can move forward as quick as possible, and then any insurance proceeds that come back in, it'll just flow back into the
free cash.
So this is a timing issue on the total value.
Okay. Yep.
Dave?
I think last year the chief, when he talked to the committee, he talked about the maintenance on these cars are higher. And the initial cost on these cars are higher. So why not get a gas car? Lower cost of maintenance.
So I could speak to that. So with Shrewsbury's experience with the hybrid vehicles, hybrid police cruisers, there has not been a higher cost for the repairs. That, but they're trying to, they want to replace the vehicle for the like vehicle that they purchased. If that makes sense.
So we have to get a hybrid because it could be
I
total
don't think,
hybrid.
I don't think we have to, but we try to stay with that sustainability model to, you know, meet the town's goals of reducing those emissions, so. We're not seeing a significant increase in the fleet maintenance department for
Okay.
working on these vehicles.
All right, I mean, I just remember he talked about the maintenance was higher and everything, and I don't know, the way a police cruiser used is completely different than a normal car. So I don't know the way that the hybrid system, is a braking system, is a what system, if you let it idle, is it electric, is it gas? So I'm not sure how efficient they are for police operations. But I think if we just say, well, we're gonna buy hybrid because we want it to be that way, that's a reason. But I think if it's not an economical reason, it's a policy reason.
We can provide the data again on
Yeah.
gas mileage and all
Sure.
that stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we asked for that before, how much are you saving on gas and the price? But what is the difference between a gas-powered cruiser versus a hybrid?
It's less than $5,000.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not,
I
it's
think
not,
it's
it's
small.
not a
Yeah.
huge difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jim?
I can understand the total police cruiser. Can you remind me on the police, the
Sure.
deputy fire vehicle, that wasn't part of the original budget back when we
No,
heard?
It wasn't, and this is an additional vehicle in our fleet.
Okay.
The previous deputy chief, who's the current chief, has a vehicle, but the previous chief did not want a vehicle and took a vehicle
Oh, okay.
stipend. So this
Got
means the chief and the deputy will have a town vehicle.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions on Article 3?
Just had a quick question on the stipend versus the vehicle. What's the difference to the town in overall cost?
The vehicle stipend that we offer is $500 a month. And, you know, our cruisers are administrative-ish vehicles like this. We normally do get 10 years out of them, so it's pretty close.
Any other questions, Article 3? Not, we can move to Article 4.
Article 4 seeks to deposit $368,958 into the Special Purpose Override Stabilization Fund. These funds will be reserved for future appropriation by town meeting as seen and needed. The current balance of the override stabilization account as of the end of October was $9,111,507, which also includes the May 2024 annual town meeting appropriation of $1,273,213. The revised FY25 balance would be, if this article was accepted, would be $9,480,465, with a total contribution in FY25 of $1,632,173 into the override stabilization. I think it's also important to recognize that the override balance is projected at this point to run through FY29 for a total of 8 years since its inception.
Any questions on Article 4?
Right.
David?
So we had about $7 million of money coming that we didn't know we were gonna have. We had $2 million we didn't use and $5 million in extra income. We spoke back in April, I believe you were gonna put in about $116,000 into the override fund, so now it's kicked up about $250,000.
Yep.
But we got $7 million we didn't budget, we didn't know we were gonna get. So why not put $3 million in? Why not put in more? I mean, you know, I understand the override, but we have a $9 million, but the last, again, it's April numbers, so I'm sure they're off. But by 2029, the numbers you gave me in April, we would overspend 15 million, and then we would come down to 9 million plus, we'd be about $6 million out. So why not, if we I'll say found, it came in 7 million, put half of it in there and pushed that number out. Push it out further. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we've only been dedicating recurring revenues into the override stabilization fund. So this 358,000 represents the balance of the recurring tax revenue that isn't being proposed for other reasons. So the one-time deposit of the recurring revenue means that it's available for future appropriation in the cycle. I think building a lot of free cash and one-time revenue into it would lead us to bigger cliffs in the future, because we're really sustaining the contributions into the account rather than swiping free cash. So we've been diligent in putting money into the general stabilization account with one-time sources. So, and I understand the question, you know, get the balance as big as possible, but we're not proposing to spend any of that other money at this time. So it's not going anywhere else. The vast majority of it is still within free cash, which after we leave town meeting, we'll still have about $11 million in it.
Yeah, correct.
So we could still use it to offset what the override would be.
Correct. We could in the future, absolutely. Yep. So that $11 million will still be available.
Okay.
For us.
But we could use it for something else as well.
100%. Yeah. And we try not to spend as much free cash in the fall because, it's our primary funding source for capital improvements in the spring, and reserve it for, it's an asset if something crazy.
Because if we move it to the stabilization account, it gets blocked.
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions on Article 4? Not, we move to final Article number 5.
Article 5 seeks to appropriate $29,936 that the town has received from the state's Transportation Infrastructure Fund in fiscal years 21, 22, and 23. Cities and towns receive a per-ride assessment from transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft, and we get 10 cents for every ride that originates in Shrewsbury. So this is just the funds that we've received over the last 3 fiscal years, and we need to appropriate them. To date, we've received $64,000 since this program was incepted in 2018, and we've spent about $32,000 on projects that meet the eligible criteria, including the development of a sidewalk management plan, solar flashing crosswalk beacons, flashing traffic signals, and the repair and replacement of a handicap sidewalk ramp.
Any questions or comments on Article 5? Dan?
Just a curiosity, why 3 years worth? Is it how often we're getting paid from the state? Is it?
To be honest, we get it annually. I think it's just such a small amount that we typically just take it in 2 to 3 year increments.
And the reporting is based off of a certain dollar amount received each year. So we're required to report, I think it's around $25,000 threshold, so that's.
So kind of once you've hit that threshold, then we.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Article 5? Thank you. And that concludes all the articles on the agenda. If there are no other comments or questions, may I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. We shall now move into the deliberation phase of our meeting tonight. We shall go one article at a time, starting from Article number 1 in the order that is in the package. So Article number 1, which we just discussed, are there any comments or questions or deliberations that the committee would like to undertake related to Article 1? Okay, if not, may I get a motion to recommend Article number 1?
So moved.
Sorry, we have to vote. I'm sorry. All in favor of recommending Article number 1, please say aye.
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 All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Motion passes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, did someone make a motion and second that? Or
No.
Okay.
Okay,
So we
I
need to
think
do
I'm a
that.
little
You had it
sleepy.
right the
Yeah.
first time.
I was with the-
Yes.
Too late.
Coffee?
Coffee, I need coffee.
No, you had it
So-
right.
so-
We
someone-
tried to make a motion.
Okay, yes, my apologies.
You could set it up so
Start
that
again.
the vice is always doing the motions.
Yeah.
That's what we did last time.
And then Diane, you can
I'll
second
second
it.
it, yeah.
There you go.
So I'll make a motion to promote, on the proposed Article 1.
To recommend, right?
To recommend, please, yes.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Move to Article 2. May I get a motion to approve Article number 2?
Do you want any
Do you want
discussion?
to discuss it?
Oh, sorry. I'm really,
That's okay.
are there any discussions or deliberations on Article number 2? Any comments? Okay. May I get a motion?
I recommend that we recommend Article 2.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Article 3, any deliberations that the committee would like to undertake related to Article number 3?
Yeah, I guess this is just because they need to do it soon. I mean, I would like to see them get the insurance money and figure that out first, but, so if anything that comes in extra will go back to the free cash.
That's correct.
Correct.
And we're short one cruiser, but is that impacting anything? I mean, is every cruiser out all the time?
We utilize most cruisers every day, except for those that are in the maintenance, cycle, so that all of our cruisers are heavily utilized. So the single one right now may not be bad, but, if we had another incident or two, we would be in a bad spot.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments on Article 3?
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 3.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Article 4, any deliberations or comments or questions related to Article 4? We just talked about this transfer to the special, the money to the override stabilization account.
So one just clarification, like I know you just mentioned about, when we move money, into stabilization, it locks. What is that locking period?
So a couple things. It defines the future use. So when we put money into the special purpose override stabilization fund, that money can only ever be appropriated by town meeting for the operating budget. And it also requires a 2/3 majority vote to appropriate those funds. So they're limited in their use and harder to get approved in theory. The general stabilization account can be used for anything, but it does still require that 2/3 vote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments on Article 4? Jim, can you give the motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to recommend Article 4.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Article 5, any deliberations that the committee would like to undertake on Article 5? If not, may I get a motion, Jim?
Just,
Oh, you do?
again, quick comment about the improvements that we do. Does it cover I know you talked about like sidewalks and everything, like how do we identify those? And I know some places there are like sharp turns and sometimes, for night driving, we need those flashing lights. Have we covered such areas within the town, using this kind of a money?
So we can't do traffic-related improvements like automobiles, so it has to be pedestrian, sidewalk, or alternative modes of transportation. We try to coordinate the work when we do roadway improvement projects, unless it's like crosswalks. Everything's really expensive. I know everyone appreciates that, but like a changing out ADA pads and sloping the curbs and making everything appropriate it's like $10,000. So, we just try to partner that together when we have contractors doing paving work.
Thank you.
Just working with the engineering department with
Sorry,
ongoing
yeah,
projects.
that was the question. How do we identify it? We survey the roads and include it when we do the street repairs.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Article 5? Not a motion, please.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 5.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Article 6, we had a lot of comments from the public related to Article number 6. Does anybody wish to comment or say anything about, or deliberate on this? The town manager did make a statement at the end related to Article 6 and the concerns related to the increased taxation. Does anybody have any other concerns related to that? Dennis?
My understanding is this is for the design,
That is correct.
and that design will also give us a better estimate of what the real cost will be. So the cost of, well, I forget it was 32 million total is an estimate, but we can it's either going to go up or down from this, and hopefully down. But the building being constructed is not a Class A office space, or is it?
It's majority renovation.
Yeah, the majority, so the highway garage now, that building will be renovated. And then that's about a 30,000 square foot building. Add about 26,000 square foot addition to that building that will house the water and sewer divisions, garage. And then there'll be a second floor, I believe it's about 6,000 square feet, that will be the office space.
Yeah.
So the staff that is currently in the DPW here upstairs in this building will move there, and it'll give them a little bit of room for growth. But one of the things that I did.
As for renovations, exactly what, I mean, are we,
Sure.
it's $32 million is much more than painting.
Sure. So the existing highway garage needs a new roof.
Yep.
It needs a new HVAC system and air quality, to improve the air quality in it. The bathrooms are circa 1978. They're not sufficient for the staff that we have in this building. And then it'll be a larger break room / training room for the staff, and then supervisor offices.
And then I heard someone mention the shower. Is that something that's there because of safety? I mean, obviously,
Sure,
they're dealing with chemicals, they're dealing with
So
stuff.
certainly, you can imagine that if you work for the sewer department, there's occasions where you need to take a shower.
Yeah.
And,
No, I understand.
you know, and then you have, highway staff. Sometimes they're working 30 hours, 40 hours to clean our streets, in the wintertime. I can speak from experience. It's nice to go 20 hours and then take a shower before you keep going. So, but yeah, and they also get into situations too where they're in the trenches or they're, taking care of a beaver dam or something like that. They can get pretty messy. So to have that there for their safety is important.
I think you probably have eye wash stations there and everything else.
Of course. Yep.
So a shower would also be used in those occasions.
Absolutely.
Depending, I worked in a machine shop for a lot of times. Okay, so it's not going to be outrageous Class A office space that's going up.
So one of the directors from the committee, from the building committee, certainly to the design team, was that it needs to be a good building. It needs to be sufficient for our staff and our needs, but this wasn't going to be. I don't know if Class A is the right term, but it wasn't going to be the Taj Mahal.
And then the other question is, are we expanding so that, the town's still growing, and I'm sure maintenance and road work and water departments are going to grow a little bit more over the next.
And that's one of our issues now, right? Like, so we have a 15,000 square foot water and sewer garage that has garage, offices, storage, all of that, and we can't fit half our equipment inside it. So if anybody took the tour, you could see that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to take the tour.
They need more room. So, where part of this project was through the programming and feasibility study, was to make sure that we're meeting those needs of each department.
And we think we can go another 50 years without having to renovate it again.
That's how we do things.
Okay, thanks.
Is there a way to give this information at town meeting, the need would that be part of your
Sure,
presentation?
absolutely. Yep. Do that.
He has a question.
Oh, you did, okay. David?
So we talked about utility rate increases, and I believe those are already passed. So this project is working on already, the utility rates have already been raised, and this will not cause them to raise again. Is that a correct statement?
The financial plan that was adopted by both the water and sewer commissioners separately had incremental raises. So the answer is yes and no. There will be an increase that will be reviewed March of '25 by both commissions separately. The intent is to not be any greater than 5%. If we can go lower, we try to do that. But they reviewed a plan where there would be small incremental increases each year. So the utility rates will go up, but that was part of the plan.
Okay, well, I guess that's my question, like, that rate increase has already been voted on and set? Or do we need to, is it possible we get forward and don't get the rate increase and can't pay for it, or those rate increases already set?
They do adopt the rates each individual year.
Okay, so it is possible the rates don't get accepted at some point?
That is conceivable, correct, yes.
All right, okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just to extend that same thought, so help me recollect, like, have we adopted these rate increases for certain number of years? Or is it like?
It was an adopted plan, a financial plan that laid out a certain amount of revenue that would be generated over, we'll say, 5 years, with a schedule. And the intent is that this is the plan we're going to follow, and then each year they adopt the rates. So ideally, we're never going greater than 5%. So we may come and recognize that we only need like a 4.2% raise. So that's when the rates get set at that point in time. I feel like I'm answering it, but not answering it, so I'm sorry.
So the basic way the utilities work is they come up with a plan of how much they're gonna raise over a certain amount of period of time. They try to break it into yearly increments to raise that amount of money. And they have the option to not go to the full rate if they want.
Thank you. Yeah.
But
Capped.
we've already capped that it's gonna be, say, 5% a year for the
Yep.
next 10 years. I don't know how many years.
Yep.
But they could choose to do 4% a year or 3%
That's
a year.
exactly, the endeavor is always to do less if, for
Right.
whatever reason, revenue's coming better, but, yeah.
Yep,
As
okay.
opposed to having a 40% rate increase every 5 years, we do
Yep.
these smaller amounts year over year.
Because doing it smaller,
Yeah.
less impact, less aggressive impact at the end, and then the town actually benefits through that by having some of the revenue come in every year.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jim?
So David, so just so I'm clear, so the plan, whatever the number is, does include, in this case, like capital improvements?
The plan for the water and sewer plan or this project here?
Well, in general, when they make the rates.
Yes, okay, thank you, sorry.
No, that's
Yeah.
okay, I wasn't clear. I'm just saying, like, if you went back 7 years before this was even an idea, they're increasing X% with the thought of someday there's gonna have to be a capital improvement.
When we laid out both, we're looking at each utility separately, that is a holistic approach that each commission does take. So what projects do we have coming down the pipeline? So PFAS was one. If we had to do, if we were to build our own treatment plant, these are things that each commission reviews with their own consultants as well. So water has Tater and Howard, sewer has Weston and Sampson. They help develop 10 to 20-year plans, and those get brought into our rate studies as well. So we do try to consider these as we are planning the rates. With the water, you may remember that we also adopted a capital financial plan, and whereas opposed to funding, $6 million in capital in 1 year, we borrowed and we're paying down the debt year over year. So that debt model was built into the rate structure as well. Does that help?
It does, no, yeah, you got it the first time, so thank you, yeah, thank you.
Diana?
Sorry, could you remind me what is the scope of work that's planned for Town Hall?
Sure. Yep. So this building, the main focus of the renovation here or the upgrades here is life safety. So the HVAC system in the front of the building is beyond its useful life. It's at 27 years old. The fire alarm system, same age, needs to be replaced. There are some ADA accessibility issues, all the bathrooms, both on, all 6 of them actually. But four of those bathrooms are original to this building. So there are accessibility issues in those that we need to upgrade. They literally look like 1966 when you walk in. And then there will be some asbestos mitigation in the front of the building as part of the HVAC project. And then some general renovations throughout the building for improving some space needs.
So is it like kind of with people moving out and others moving in, just some optimization of the offices or something like that, or?
100%, that's
Okay.
exactly what it is.
Does that have anything to do with modern codes also, bringing it up to standard?
Well, so a lot of the work that we have to do, especially the life safety work that would have to replace anyways, because of the value of that work and how it's related to the building code, we would have to do almost all of the work that we're proposing to do anyways. It would have to happen.
It would include like modernization of, this space.
Correct.
And we
Yep.
got people in this center hallway that have no windows, so we'd like to turn those into conference rooms and move them to windowed spaces. So it's not gonna be a significant amount of work, it's just moving people around and touching things up, but it's $5.5 million estimate.
Any other questions related to Article 6? Any deliberations, sorry? If not, may I get a motion, Jim?
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 6.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Article 7. Any deliberations that the committee would like to proceed with on Article 7? The investment rule. Miller?
Yeah, so I think the presentation was good, just making a comment there. So I think I would recommend, I think currently we are like at 30-70. I think we are more towards bond. I think I would like to see that, rebalance it depending upon, the objective of various trust funds. So the question is basically, how often do we kind of think about this rebalancing and, adjustment of that?
At least annually. We meet quarterly with our financial advisor, but, we consider this annually. I will tell you our OPEB trust fund, which is already in Prudent Investor, is 70-30. So,
Okay.
because it has the long term.
Okay, thank you.
Any other deliberations that the committee would like to do in this article? If not, Jim, please.
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 7.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Article 8, yes, I personally feel this was overdue, given that we have to be competitive in terms of work-life balance for our employees. So, does anybody else have any comments or deliberations they would like to do?
I think.
I think, I'm sorry, someone else go?
You can go ahead,
Oh.
David.
We're talking about average people here, 5 years, 1 year. The longer you keep people, that institutional knowledge they have makes them more efficient and makes them better. And so it's a cost savings when you can keep people for longer periods of time. They can help train people the right way to do things. And I think, we talked about the vacancies, what do we do with them? That's a management issue. If you need to make sure that all your critical needs are cross-trained, somebody's out sick or someone takes leave, and if citizens are going in and stuff is not available to them because people are on vacation, then I'm sure the town manager's office will have a talk with that department head, and they would change that. So I'm not really concerned about that. I think, as you said, I think the benefits here are standard. I think the benefits people have now are not attractive. I just think it's necessary to be passed.
Anna, you got something?
Yeah, no, I think the only, I again, fully support this. I think it's overdue. This is, again, like I said before, really great work to a comprehensive and thorough look and bring it all at the same time. I think the only maybe concern I have is there any follow-on knock-on effects for the upcoming then union negotiations that we would have, and would those have financial implications? But just a minor comment.
I appreciate that, and The shortest answer is yes, but the interesting part of the yes is that our police and fire are mostly under what's called Sick Leave Plan 1. So Sick Leave Plan 1 like, in that they get 14 days per year and up to 120 days accrual. So they've never been interested in going to our Sick Leave Plan 2 and 3 programs. We've tried to negotiate that into the contracts and they've said no. We think they're gonna want paid family medical leave, and we're gonna take that opportunity to negotiate with them.
And so then they would potentially come into sick plan 4, the new one that you guys are.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I forgot one thing. How do we handle people who are on military leave? Is it, like, I understand there's an injured, caring for the injured and they come back, but for if someone's on active military leave, is there any pay from the town or are they just on non-pay status?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So if someone's on military leave from the town?
So, in other
Oh,
words,
the
they're
Brave Act.
deployed. If someone's deployed, how does the town handle that?
So if someone's deployed, then they get 40 days of military leave, and then after that, we supplement their paid time off for the duration of their, we supplement their regular salary for the duration of their deployment.
Yeah, so
That's
that's the
very good.
Brave Act that we're required by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Okay, yeah, a lot of places is a lot less than that, so that's good.
Yeah.
Any other comments on Article 8 that we wish to deliberate upon? If not, Jim, may I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 8.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. That brings us to page 25, Article 9, which is the MBTA zoning article, which we have been discussing for about 6 months now. So does anybody wish to add anything to our previous discussions or deliberate further on it? Yes.
I think a comment, I think there was some commentary throughout, right, that citizens aren't listened to or things like that. And I think how I've seen this change and develop over the course of this year really speaks against that sense, right? Because I've seen the zone change, the language change based on the public comment. So I just wanted to make sure that was stated, that this is, in my mind, has been a collaborative effort with the community to come to something that is, compliant, but the best that we can do for the community, so.
And
Yeah, I mean,
I would second, whatever Diana said, and, I remember the first submission was, there was some property that was part of the Christmas tree shop and the Walnut Street, and that got changed based on the, feedback as well as the community input. So, it's been collaborative effort all along.
Jim?
Yeah, I would just echo that. I think, even Kevin, in your presentation, I think you've listened to some of the feedback you got on other committees. I've watched them, or if not been here, so I think your entire staff has gone above and beyond throughout this whole journey. I know it's not what folks want to hear sometimes, but, this is what you guys come in and do every day. This is, and I think you're giving a proposal to present. We've all heard everyone's feedback. And as you say often, it'll go to town meeting, and if they're not with us, if we recommend this, then they can speak up then. There is the plan, there is a model out there that I think works, that sometimes we don't hear when we have these public meetings. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Jim. Dennis?
Couple clarifications. I believe the way you've put the zoning together, and we think it's been approved because you had the consultants come in, that most of the units being built on would be built anyhow. They're 40B units that would be built. So we've put the 40B units into this new zoning. They were going to be built one way or another. So it leaves us with about 425, 27, whatever the number was, units that we're still going to zone for that could or could not be built depending on, interest rates, all kinds of things. Builders aren't going to build if it's not good for them. And those would have to be built at a minimum of 15, which is, but if someone else came in and built something at 10 or 8 or 5 on that same land, that would take that 400 and bring it down. So the second thing is we do have a $500,000 grant that we will lose. And I know $500,000 isn't the end of the world. And, you know, I think right now I have a gut feeling that the law is going to be passed or approved through the, you know, they might change the, they're not going to change the law. They're going to change the enforcement of the law. That grant and those grants are not going to change. They're going to go away. It's just whether they can be. So I think the risk is we say no. Some other developers come in, buy up some of that land, put something on it, and then we can't zone it. We really can't rezone over that as easily. So I think it's probably the best situation we have is to go with it. I'm not really happy about it. But I think if we're going to be forcing something, I think this would be one of the best solutions we have.
David?
Yeah, I think sometimes as people are talking, it seems like everyone thinks it's either going to be housing built or not built. I live right in the Candy Mansion, so I live right there. There are 3 40B being put up right now. As soon as the owners of the land allow, they'll build more. I mean, they're all being sold out. All the apartments are being sold out. So we're going to have housing there. So any financial impact of housing doesn't matter if we pass this or not. They're going to be built. And I just want to bring that up because I think a lot of people are talking about if we don't pass this, we don't get housing. We're going to get housing. So I think you guys have done a good job, like I said, taking the feedback, changing the plan, moving forward. But I do think maybe at town meeting, it has to be brought up that there's houses being built there now, and it's going to continue to be built. It's not, do we want houses or not want houses? It's, do we want zoning for the houses or just let them do 40B? That's my thought, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments on Article 9? Okay, then, Jim, may I get a motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we recommend Article 9.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. We shall now move to Article number 10, which was the citizens petition. We had some interesting discussions on this during the inputs on this during the public hearing. My personal belief on this is that it's too drastic a change without enough analysis in terms of how it would affect the internal working of our local government. I did raise the study that Mr. Richards had referenced, that it had some of those concerns as well in terms of the benefits or the pros or the cons. So, but I'd like to hear from other members of the committee.
My view is I'm not opposed to letting town meeting vote on it, but in this particular warrant, from what I understand, won't pass anyhow. So I'm not sure we should vote on it and then get it hung up somewhere. I would recommend that they come back with another warrant if they so want to. And I do have a question. Is there anything that would prevent a hybrid board where they get one of the 6 members is elected?
I don't think so. I mean, as long as it's constructed properly.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where they're coming from. I do think it also becomes reactionary. You know, we've had a few years where people don't like what's going on, so now they want to be on the planning board, and that's fine. I don't know whether those same people have actually applied for the position to be appointed or not, but that's neither here nor there. I think, you know, I'd be willing to go with one elected person, because I think we do something similar with the Community Preservation Act. I think there's some people that are
They're all appointed.
there's selecting one select person is on it, so they, you know, it's appointed, but there's always going to be one select board person on it. So, yeah, I'm going to say no only because I don't think it's going to pass. But I do, if they want to come back, I think if they do a hybrid thing, I'd be willing to discuss that.
David?
Yeah, I think that this particular board is meant to have appointed people. When we go back to all the constitutions of the states and the federal government, elected officials are more managerial. and appointed positions are for skill and actual operations. And I think having elected officials is electability over skills, knowledge, and ability. And I think this particular board, if you put people who didn't really know what was going on, it could really cause a lot of problems for us. So I don't think this board should be elected officials. That's my thought.
Yeah, that's fair. That's why I'm sticking with one person to bring a different view.
Well, then you ought to.
Yeah, I mean, I do, I mean, I echo, both arguments, but I also agree, like that, we strive as a community, we want people to engage. We have done so many surveys and we always think about like, oh, why there is so much less participation, and in my personal opinion, elected positions do bring in more engagement. But on the contrary, I mean, the way this article is written or, presented, I would have loved to see, when they talked about the neighboring, the neighboring towns have elected a planning board. I would love to see, what's working for those, why the petitioner is thinking that it's working for them and not for us, right? So I don't see that, contrasting argument as to it's not working for us while we think everything is going fine, right? And so I would love to see that, so that's why, I mean,
Well,
I think there is less information, I would say, that was presented as part of the argument, I would say.
And that was my.
I'm willing to listen, to get, educate myself more to understand their point of view. I think it was incomplete in my opinion.
I'll also say, as far as elections, a lot of people don't run. I mean, we've had many elections where just the incumbent is running to fill the seat. A couple more have run for select board, but still not that many. So I don't know that elections itself will bring engagement. But, if people really, if the town really wants something like that, I'm again, my point would be one board member at most.
I did read in some studies there were nominated members, like they made it more partisan in a sense, like the political parties had to nominate in the state, in that particular town, so that there were people up, so there would never be a position that was not filled up, but it came through a nomination process. So I think, as you said, that it needs more information, more study to provide information in terms of how it would work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I may, just a few comments. So I want to thank you, Mr. Misakar, and the staff for pulling up the history. I think that was very valuable and helpful. I think if something like this is going to be considered, my strong recommendation would be to take a holistic look, not just at the planning board, but when was the last time we really took a look at the whole thing and said, is this still working for us, right? I know there have been small tweaks along the way, but I think when this was originally in 1950, we were about 10,000, and we're now close.
6,200, yeah.
Yeah, and we're now close to 40,000. So I would honestly be more interested at a holistic look that includes the planning board as part of that, to make sure we have the optimal structure for efficiency and engagement. Another point I'd like to make is, we're a very diverse community, both background, where people grew up, socioeconomic. My concern with an election, elections cost money. And so I think having it be elected really misses out on the opportunity for people who would be very qualified, serve very well on that. To the comment from the personnel board, I would never run for an election, right? I don't want to run for an election, but I want to participate in the community, right? So I have concerns that it's actually a disengagement with the larger community by making it an elected position, because we won't, lots of people wouldn't be interested in running for election. And to the point about money, either you have to fund it yourself, right? Or you have to find funding to run an election, and then who would be funding. I think that, and it's not always public before the election about where your funding came from. So I have some concerns there as well. So, thank you.
Any other comments or questions about Article 10? If not, Jim,
I will make a motion to recommend Article 10.
No.
Do you want
so we'll vote no.
Recommend or the-
We'll vote no.
We'll vote on
Okay.
whether recommending yes or no.
So the motion is to recommend.
The motion is to recommend.
Okay, I'll second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye. All against the motion, please say nay.
Nay.
Sorry.
The motion does not pass. Article 11, CPC, so we'll go with the first one, which was, this is related to the lightning rod, right? Yeah, the lightning rod, Article 11. Any questions, comments, or deliberations on Article 11? I think it's a good use of the funds.
My opinion is, I think the church should be paying for that. And it's a historical building, but it's also, they have their own funding, they have, every other church, has funding for their improvements. So I think if there is a real issue there, we should fund it. So I'm against.
Curiosity of who do they find to do the work? Is there someone that has to be specially trained when it's a historical building? Could they have somebody from the congregation offer to assist? I'm just curious if there's any.
Well, probably for
I
lightning
should have
rods,
asked that before.
you probably have to have someone licensed for
Just
that.
don't know.
but I don't think there's any restrictions on who can do work on a historic building, but they have to follow a code. They'd have to know the code.
Specialized contractors for lightning protection.
There.
Yeah, but I mean, if for, when we get to the next one.
I don't know if it's,
Yeah.
regardless of what type of building it is.
Yeah. So lightning,
I take your point, Dennis, but I do think that it feels like part of the center of town, and it feels like that's part of our community, be it a religious building or not. So I'm a bit torn on it, to be honest, because of that, right? I think it provides both that that community value as well as the religious value to that congregation. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
David, please.
So, yeah, to me, I think the lightning rod, I'm okay with, 'cause that protects the whole building. That's a fire, that's a safety hazard. The fixing of the trim, I kind of follow with you, that's more of a in-house repair. I mean, the trim is rotting, you gotta fix it. But the lightning rod, I mean, if we have a fire, that's a big deal. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
To
but-
me, I'm with you, but on a different article.
but there's a lot of other buildings that could have a fire.
Yeah.
Your house could have a fire.
Right.
So I'm just saying it's a church protecting its own church. They pass a collection plate. I'm just not sure I want to spend town money on one particular church, be it St. Mary's, be it, First Church, be it whatever. That's just my view, again.
If we can ask this, is there any other historic building that's being used by the public?
Historic building being used by, I guess you could.
Library.
The library is considered. The historic district is really the downtown center. The schoolhouse, that it's open up to the public.
Yeah.
That's right next, that's between the church and the fire station. There's another schoolhouse that is opened every now and then, that's on the corner of Old Mill and Main Street.
Yep.
And Artemis Ward.
Artemis Ward.
Yeah.
So that would be more on the same, like the other two libraries and schools are sort of municipal, but the Artemis Ward House would be sort of like that thing.
But it's owned by Harvard.
That one is, but the
And it's
1830
maintained by
schoolhouse
Harvard
is,
University.
is open to the public as like a historic society.
And it's owned by the town,
Oh, okay.
at least.
The Artemis Ward has a $30
That's
billion
correct. That's a different, yeah.
endowment underneath it. And they actually let people live there for free to caretake it, or used to. So,
Good to know. Times get hard.
a friend of mine, CFO of one of my companies lived there for 10 years. Rent-free.
Oof.
I would just,
Jim.
I thought Mr. Richards had a good question though, like when they decided with the lightning rod, did they reach out? I didn't even know there was cell towers in the steeple. Is that where they are? Like, was that part of their review to reach out and say, was that question asked of whoever owns?
I believe there may be a lightning rod in those.
Oh.
The steeple is protected. It's the rest of the building that needs to be protected.
Okay. Oh.
So they did reach out and get steeple protected.
Any other questions, comments? Article 11, we'll go one article at a time.
I'll make a motion to approve Article 11.
You mean recommend?
Recommend, excuse me.
Also-
Second.
Yeah, I'm following your lead.
All in favor of the article, of the motion, please say aye.
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 All against, please say nay.
Nay.
So the article passes, the motion passes by a vote of 6-1, I believe. Did you count it? Yeah, okay. Article 12, this is related to the trim? Yes, the trim.
Yep.
So this, any comments?
You know, like I said before, I think trim repairs should fall on the church. And that's just a basic maintenance of the building. That's my view.
Is the trim by any chance specialized for historical purposes, or is it just basic modern trim?
Part of like the historic preservation mainly deals with the shell of the facility. So when you're applying for these funds, it's not for historic work on the inside, but it's really for the outside. I don't know if it's, so they can't put AZAC up or
No, they have to
match. Yeah.
historically.
So they, yeah.
Fine.
So they
Something that won't-
can't change the colors, buildings without approval as
Correct.
well.
Anybody want to say anything on Article 12?
I agree with David a little bit on the trim,
Yeah.
for the amount. But I have nothing else to add. It's just the gut.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no one else, let's take a motion and
Okay.
vote on it.
I will make a motion to recommend Article 12.
Second.
Yeah, sorry. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All against, please say nay.
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 I didn't get the count.
Was
What?
it
Say,
two ayes?
ayes can raise their hands and.
3 ayes, okay.
And nays can raise their hands, so so the motion does not pass by a vote of 4-3. Article 13. This is related to, the survey.
I got it.
Yeah, survey. Article 13. So this is, it looks like it's more of a structural issue related to the church and potential problems in the future.
Is that a normal amount of money to have someone survey your foundation?
I don't know.
I mean, that's out of my scope. That seems like a lot of money to have someone come in and look at your foundation and,
Yes, recommended by 3 to 4, not recommended
Right.
by 3.
I mean, they're not fixing anything. They're just,
Doing a survey, yeah.
right.
I know there's a basement in there where they can get down and see below.
Written down.
Mhm.
Used to be a school down there.
Okay.
4 to 3, not recommended.
Do you guys need us to clarify again, or you
I-
got
we're-
it out?
Yeah, 'cause that- yeah.
Anybody have any other further comments? It is, as David says, it's a substantial amount for a survey.
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
As a reminder, have we ever seen the Community Preservation Act present in any capacity to the Finance Committee? Outside of a public, like, what's in front of them, or an update or anything? No? Okay. Well, I couldn't remember if they came in during the budget hearings.
HVAC or
One.
something.
The very
in-
beginning.
What's the building near
Right
the
at the
fire
beginning. I
station?
I think,
Did last year.
last year or a year before they.
Yeah, they did
Put some
last year.
HVAC in one of the buildings. I feel like we talked about that at length.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think that was a public hearing though, right? I think it's to Diana's point, like, just a little bit more color around some of the stuff on what they're trying to do.
I mean, the other thing I'll say is for all of these, the other reason why I who will vote against it is because they're not taking it from the historic fund. They're taking it from the, I guess, the general fund. And I think if you're talking about, because it's a historic building, then it should come out of the historic fund. And if they've run out of money with other historic things, then, you know, take it up another year. Not that I still would vote for it, but, you know, I think it should come out of the historic fund if they're doing a historic building. I'd rather see the money in there be used for something like buying up open space or community housing or something else that the CPA can do, instead of this. And this is, you know, it's $20-something thousand, almost, you know, so 25, 10, and 5, $30,000. So it's not small money.
So where does it say that they're taking it out of the general fund rather than the historic fund?
She mentioned
Undesignated reserve.
Yeah, it's
I am
not
correct
the
in that.
general fund for the town operating.
Not the
budget,
town,
but they
no,
do have-
the CP.
Yes.
The unrestricted.
They have an
fund.
unrestricted
Unrestricted.
fund, yep. So each year, there's an appropriation, about 10% of the revenues coming in that go to open space, recreation, and historic, and then 65% goes to the undesignated fund, and then a 5% goes to like administrative fees.
Administrative funds.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, obviously the Community Preservation Committee, right, does their work. They meet with the applicants. I think some of the comments about the application being thin, I think, you know, to some of the other stuff, like, well, we're engaging with the community, it's hard to do it. So I think an application being thin is actually good, right? Because then you at least get the conversation going. I think it has gone through some due diligence with the committee, right, that we've, you know, not been fully privy to. So there may be more things than what we know that we're just being presented with today. So I think in the future it would be good to figure out how we can get a deeper look at everything and not just what's, you know, the motion, so.
We can ask them to come in.
Yeah.
Right, we did that a couple years ago. We used to have every department, everything we would talk to would come in and just give us a quick, here's what we're doing, here's what's on the list. So I think we could do that.
Is that something we could arrange, Alex? Ask them to give us in one of our upcoming meetings?
Definitely.
For the presentation. Okay. Okay, we get back to Article 13 though. Does anybody wish to say anything about Article 13? Anything further? My only concern is basically, given the safety issues of the building and given the historic nature of the church, it is in the town's interest to maintain it, given its historic significance. But there is doubt in my mind as far as whether the church should pay for it on its own, if they do have a significant revenue stream.
Okay.
So, with that, if there's no other comments, I propose we vote on it.
I will make a motion to recommend Article 13.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All against, please say nay.
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 So I think it's 2-5.
Yep.
Okay, so the motion does not pass. Article 14, the community, the CPC for the gravestones, yes. So this definitely, in my opinion, is a historical significance, but I'll open it up to the committee for their comments.
I mean, to me, I think this is just a moving of the money, needing to take some out of the unreserved fund, and the vast majority of it was already approved by town meeting in the spring, so it was just a miss on the amount of money and where it was coming from, so, in the spring.
That's correct, yep.
Yeah. Any other comments on Article 14? May I get a motion, Jim?
I'll make a motion to recommend Article 14.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. With that, we complete our deliberation session of today's meeting. We shall now review the meeting schedule.
You want to close? Oh, I'm sorry, never
I already
mind.
closed the public.
Too late,
hearing.
it's too late in the night.
You need coffee too.
They already left.
Yeah, everyone's gone.
Meeting schedule, November 18th is our special town meeting at 6:45 PM. We meet earlier than the actual town meeting. The finance committee, we get together on the stage, so please be there by 6:45. November 21st is our FinCom meeting, then December 19th, followed by January 16th, and then February 20th of the following year. Does anybody have any questions or comments on the meeting schedule?
So just one quick comment. Last time, I think we talked about like having some kind of overview about modeling. Are we
Yeah, I'll
going
be
to do
talking about that in the other business. That's, anything on the schedule? Anybody wants to say anything? Okay, in other business, as far as the model, the financial model is concerned, I am working with John Samia from the select board, and he's also in touch with Kevin. We're going to make a plan for we're gonna target the December meeting once we're done with all our special town meeting stuff. So we'll go forward on that. That's the update we have.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments or questions related to that? Any other business anybody wants to bring up?
I guess it's not really other business, it goes back to the town meeting. I just want to make sure that we can get as much information out to the town meeting members as early as possible with as many numbers, et cetera. Same things I always ask for. Just really get it out there and, hopefully they'll read it.
So everything does go out tomorrow. We have a packet. We've done not only this meeting, but we did a preview of all the articles that will be released tomorrow as well. So we hear you, and we are pushing information out tomorrow.
And we did discuss most of this, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
We had, before the planning board meeting, we actually had our meeting and went over all this and talked all these things through. So hopefully people have watched that one as well.
But if I may, just one other comment. I think having as many of the previously presented materials available to pull up in town meeting to help speak to the questions that are being asked, I think visuals are very helpful to explain the concept. So I think that would be kind of also my recommendation, not just for this town meeting, but moving forward, is making sure we're really prepared to be clear in our communication and in a way that town meeting members can understand and make sense. Hopefully they do the pre-work, but we're all busy, right? So making sure we're as clear as possible in the meeting and, represent, existing materials if it's required.
Okay, thank you, Diana. Anybody else have any other business they would like to bring up? Not, we shall move to the correspondence we received. We received a very nice email from Danny Cobb on October 14th regarding our last October 10th FinCom meeting. We received an email from Taylor Galusha regarding the Stay Connected Shrewsbury for the week of October 21st, 2024. We received an email from the finance committee from Greg Richards, Mr. Richards, who presented the citizens petition, Article 10, which we just voted on. We received an email from Taylor Galusha again. That was for the Stay Connected Shrewsbury week of November 4th, 2024. Any comments related to the correspondence we received?
I think just one piece of feedback. I think it was well stated. We asked for a presentation. We didn't ask for any pre-read material. So maybe just in the future cases, Mr. Chair, if you're responding,
Sure.
we can make some more clarification around that presentation or pre-read materials, just so it's a little bit more clear to any petitioners.
Yep, that's a great point. Any other comments, questions? Not, may I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All against, please say nay. The motion passes. Thank you for holding on, everyone.